Hello, and welcome back. This Scary Stories channel explores ghosts and haunted places where something lingers long after everyone has gone. If you enjoy the stories, please like, subscribe, and comment where you're listening from. Relax and listen. Story 1. I rented a house, and the mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. The realtor's name was Mrs. Gable, though everyone in Blackwood called her Graveyard Gable behind her back. She met me on the crumbling front porch of the old Henderson place, her smile tight as a drumhead, eyes skittering away from the boarded-up windows. "Needs work," she admitted, fanning herself with a brochure despite the October chill. "But look at that price, practically free for this square footage." She jangled a heavy ring of keys, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness of the overgrown yard. "Previous tenant moved out sudden-like, left most everything. Utilities are still active, perfect for a quiet soul like you." Her gaze lingered on my worn suitcase and the duffel bag slung over my shoulder. The entire sum of my life after the divorce settlement left me with nothing but debt and the echoing silence of an empty apartment. The house was cheap, suspiciously cheap, but the realtor's desperation mirrored my own. I signed the lease on the hood of a dusty sedan, the ink smudging under my trembling thumb. She thrust the keys into my palm, cold, heavy iron, and practically fled down the gravel drive before I could ask why the last tenant had abandoned a fully furnished home. The Henderson place wasn't just old, it was consumed. A 3-story Victorian swallowed by kudzu and shadow, its gingerbread trim sagging like rotten teeth, paint peeling in long leathery strips that whispered against the siding in the wind. Inside, the air hung thick and cold, smelling of damp plaster, mouse droppings, and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten flowers. Sunlight strained through grimy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing above furniture draped in yellowed sheets. Mrs. Gable hadn't lied about the utilities. The lights flickered on with a reluctant hum, revealing cracked wallpaper, water-stained ceilings, and a pervasive grime that coated every surface. I chose the smallest bedroom on the second floor, a cramped space with a single window overlooking the tangled backyard and a full-length mirror bolted to the closet door. Its glass was tarnished, streaked with age, reflecting the room in a murky, distorted haze. Exhausted, I dropped my bags and collapsed onto the bare mattress, the silence pressing in like a physical weight. Sleep came fast, deep, and dreamless. I woke to the sound of dripping water. Dawn light filtered through the window, painting stripes across the dusty floorboards. I stretched, muscles stiff from the thin mattress, and shuffled toward the bathroom down the hall. The mirror above the chipped porcelain sink was large, framed in tarnished silver. I leaned close, wiping condensation from the glass with my sleeve. My reflection stared back, pale face, dark circles under my eyes, hair a tangled bird's nest. Normal. Tired but normal, I splashed cold water on my face, scrubbed my teeth, and turned to leave. As I reached for the doorknob, a flicker of movement caught my eye in the mirror's periphery. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head back toward the glass. My reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the empty bathroom behind me, the chipped sink, the peeling wallpaper, the closed toilet lid. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked directly at the glass. Nothing, just a room. I stepped closer, peering intently. Still nothing. My breath fogged the cold surface. I waved my hand in front of the glass. No reflection. Panic fluttered in my chest. I snapped my head away, staring at the water-stained ceiling. And there it was, my reflection, clear as day, staring back at the ceiling, mouth slightly open in shock. I whipped my head back to the mirror. Gone again. Empty room. I tried it again. Looked down at my feet in the mirror. Nothing. Glanced away at the wallpaper pattern. There I was, staring at the floral vines. The realization hit me like ice water. The mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. I spent the rest of the morning testing it. The full-length mirror in my bedroom. The small, cloudy one above the hallway console table. The grimy pane in the basement laundry room. It was consistent. Cruel. If I focused on the glass, it reflected only the empty space behind me. Chairs, walls, doorways. But the moment my eyes shifted, even slightly to the periphery, my own image snapped into place, often caught mid-motion, turning my head, raising a hand, blinking. It wasn't a delay. It was a refusal, a deliberate hiding. My reflection existed only in the space between my direct attention. The rational part of my brain screamed, faulty glass, old silver, and tricks of the light. But the visceral wrongness coiled deep in my gut, colder than the house's persistent chill. I avoided mirrors. I brushed my teeth, staring at the faucet. I combed my hair by feel. I ate breakfast in the shadowed kitchen, turning my chair away from the window's reflective sheen. The silence in the house deepened. It wasn't just quiet, it was listening. Floorboards groaned underfoot with a weight that didn't match my steps. Whispers seemed to seep from the walls, not words, but the dry rustle of dead leaves skittering on stone, and the cold spots, places where the air turned frigid, smelling faintly of wet earth and old pennies, clinging to my skin like grave soil. That night, I tried to ignore it. I read by lamplight in the parlor, the beam cutting a small circle of warmth in the gloom, but the shadows at the edge of the light seemed to pulse. The dripping faucet in the kitchen sounded like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. Drip, drip, drip. I jumped when a floorboard creaked overhead, sharp, sudden, not the usual settling groan. A step right above me, in the empty master bedroom. My book trembled in my hands. I told myself it was the house. Old houses breathe, but the cold spot spread from the hallway, wrapping around my ankles like icy fingers. I fled to my small bedroom, locking the flimsy door, dragging the heavy oak dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, back against the wall, facing away from the closet mirror. My breath came in shallow gasps. The only sound was the frantic thudding of my own heart. Then a new sound, soft, rhythmic, tap, 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 coming from the mirror behind me like fingernails lightly rapping on glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms over my ears. The tapping stopped. The cold spot receded. Dawn found me rigid on the bed, staring at the wallpaper, afraid to turn around. Desperation drove me to the Blackwood Public Library the next day. The building smelled of mildew and forgotten paper. The lone librarian, a bird-like woman named Miss Elara, who squinted at me over thick spectacles. "The Henderson place?" she whispered, glancing around the empty stacks as if afraid of being overheard. "That's the old Silas Thorne house, built 1889. Silas was peculiar, obsessed with optics, mirrors. He built a whole place around them. Rumor was he believed reflections held pieces of the soul. that if you watched a mirror long enough, you could see what the person truly was. She leaned closer, her breath smelling of peppermints. His wife, Clara, vanished in 1912, never found. Police suspected Silas, but no body, no evidence. He died alone in that house in 1923. They say he spent his last years screaming at the mirrors, begging Clara to come back. Miss Alera's voice dropped to a thread. After he died, the new owners, things happened. People saw figures in the glass when no one was there, heard voices. One family moved out after their little girl started talking to the lady in the wall who only comes when I don't look. She pushed a brittle, yellowed newspaper clipping across the desk. The headline read, "Local Asylum Patient Vanishes from Henderson Residence, 1947. The article was brief. Eleanor Vance, 34, committed for hysterical melancholia following her infant son's death, escaped her room at the state asylum. Her trail led to the empty Thorne house, where she was known to have lived as a child. She was never seen again. Her file noted a pathological aversion to mirrors and a belief that her reflection was stealing moments of her life. The blood drained from my face. Eleanor Vance, my mother's maiden name. A coincidence? It had to be. But a cold spot wrapped around my spine as I walked back to the house. That night, I couldn't avoid the mirror. I needed to see a cut on my hand. I stood before the bathroom sink, breathing deep. Just look away. Look at the tiles, the faucet, anything but the glass. I focused on the chipped porcelain edge of the sink, and in the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, pale, sweating. The cut on my palm stark against my skin. I held my hand up, studying the injury in the glass. The reflection mimicked me perfectly. Then, slowly, deliberately, the reflection's head turned, not following my movement, turning away from my hand toward the dark doorway behind the real me. Its eyes, my eyes, widened in terror. It raised a finger to its lips. Shh! I spun around, heart hammering. The doorway was empty, pitch black. I looked back at the mirror. My reflection was gone. Only the empty bathroom stared back. But on the fogged glass, written in condensation as if by an invisible finger, were 3 words. "She sees you." I didn't sleep. I sat in the armchair in my bedroom, back to the closet mirror, lamp on, book unread in my lap. The cold spot settled around me like a shroud. The dripping faucet started again. Drip, drip, drip. Then a new sound. From the hallway, soft footsteps, slow, deliberate, stopping outside my door. The doorknob rattled gently. I held my breath. The rattling stopped. Silence. Then a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind in the eaves. Eleanor. My mother's name, not mine. Eleanor. The cold spot intensified, pressing against my chest like a hand. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears leaking down my cheeks. It's not real. It's grief. It's the house. It's not real. But the whisper came again, closer now, seeming to come from the mirror behind me. You left me in the glass, Ellie, all those years, watching, waiting, while you lived. My mother had died when I was 10. A car accident. I'd been in the back seat. I'd seen her reflection in the rearview mirror as the truck hit us, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream. I'd never told anyone. I'd buried it deep. How could this thing know? Dawn light bled through the window. The cold spot lifted. The whispers faded. But the words on the bathroom mirror remained, now dry and etched into the grime. She sees you. I packed my suitcase with shaking hands. I'd leave now, before nightfall. I dragged my bag down the stairs, past the parlor mirror. I kept my eyes fixed on the front door. But as I passed the hallway console mirror, I caught a flicker in my periphery. I stopped, looked down at the scuffed floorboards. In the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, but not alone. Standing just behind my shoulder, close enough that her breath should have stirred my hair, was a woman. She wore a faded 1940s house dress, her dark hair pulled back severely, her face was gaunt, etched with sorrow, but her eyes, they were my eyes, Eleanor's eyes. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking through me at the front door. Her hand rested lightly on my reflected shoulder, a hand that wasn't there in reality. I dropped my suitcase, spun around. The hallway was empty. I looked back at the mirror, directly at the glass. Nothing, just the empty hallway. I glanced down at my feet. There she was again, still standing behind me. Her lips moved, forming silent words I felt in my bones. Stay. I ran, out the front door, down the weed-choked path, suitcase forgotten on the porch. I didn't stop until I reached the bus station 20 miles away, gulping stale coffee under flickering fluorescent lights. I called my sister, voice raw. I can't go back there. The mirrors, they're wrong. There's something in that house, something that knows Mom's name. She listened quietly, then sighed. Ellie, there's something you never knew. Mom's mother, your grandmother Eleanor Vance, she didn't just die in that house. She was committed. After your Uncle Thomas drowned in the pond behind it when she was supposed to be watching him, she broke. They said she tore the mirrors off the walls, screaming that her reflection was stealing her memories, her time with Thomas. She escaped the asylum and went back to the house. They found her 3 days later, starved, in the attic. But they said all the mirrors were shattered except one, the full-length one in her old bedroom. It was covered in dust. But when they wiped it clean, my sister's voice cracked. Her reflection was still in it, smiling. They had to bury the mirror with her. The bus ride back to Blackwood the next morning was a blur of dread. I had to go back. I had to get my things. I had to face it. The house loomed under a leaden sky, the kudzu seeming to pulse in the wind. The front door hung open, my suitcase still on the porch. Inside, the silence was thick, expectant. The air reeked of damp earth and that coppery tang. I moved quickly, grabbing clothes, toiletries, stuffing them into my suitcase. I avoided every mirror. In the bathroom, I kept my eyes on the faucet while brushing my teeth. In my bedroom, I packed facing the window. I was almost done. One last bag by the front door. I just needed my jacket from the closet under the stairs. It was dark inside the cramped space. I fumbled for the light pull. It didn't work. I used my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the dust. My jacket hung on the back of the door. As I reached for it, the beam swept across the small oval mirror nailed to the inside of the closet door. I froze. I hadn't noticed it before. Tarnished, small. I stared directly at it. Nothing. Just the dark closet reflected back. I looked down at my shoes, and there I was, but not alone. Eleanor stood beside my reflection, not behind me. Beside me. Her hand was no longer on my shoulder. It was clasped tightly around my reflected wrist. Her face was calm now, peaceful. Her eyes held mine in the glass, and my reflection's eyes, they weren't mine anymore. They were Eleanor's eyes, filled with a terrible, aching love. Her lips moved in the glass, forming words only my reflection could hear. "You're home now." I yanked my hand away, stumbling back out of the closet, slamming the door shut. I grabbed my suitcase and ran for the front door. As I passed the parlor, I couldn't help it. I glanced at the large mirror over the mantelpiece. Not directly, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. In the glass, I saw the empty parlor, but standing in the reflection of the doorway, watching me flee, was Eleanor. She wasn't smiling. She was crying. Silent tears tracked through the dust on her reflected cheeks. She raised a hand, not to stop me. In farewell, I didn't go back. I never retrieved my suitcase. I live in a small, brightly lit apartment now. No mirrors, only polished metal surfaces I keep covered with cloth. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the city sounds fade and the silence presses in, I feel it. A cold spot on the bed beside me, the faint scent of wet earth and old pennies. And if I dare to glance just for a second at the dark window pane across the room, not looking directly, but letting my eyes drift to the periphery, I see her, Eleanor, sitting in the reflection of the armchair by the window, her head tilted, watching me sleep. Her hand rests on the armrest, fingers curled as if still holding my wrist. She doesn't speak, she doesn't move, she just waits. In the space between my direct gaze, in the silence between heartbeats, she is always there, the reflection that refuses to be ignored, the ghost who remembers what I buried. The house didn't steal her soul, it stole her time, and now it's mine. The mirrors are gone, but the glass is everywhere, in phone screens, in storefront windows, in the sheen of a coffee cup. I learned to live with it. I keep my eyes down, I move quickly, but the cold spot is always there, a breath on the neck, a hand on the wrist in the dark glass, waiting for the moment my attention slips, waiting for me to look away, just for a second. Long enough to see her smile, long enough to remember, long enough to finally come home. The Henderson place stands empty again, but the mirrors are clean, and in their depths, two pairs of eyes watch the empty rooms, waiting, always waiting, for the door to open, for the light to return, for me to finally turn my head and look. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. We bought a house where the previous owners still follow the rules. The listing photo was the clincher. A sun-drenched kitchen, honey-colored oak floors, a farmhouse sink overlooking a sprawling wildflower-dotted meadow. Charming 1920s homestead, move-in ready, peaceful country living. The price, $220,000 for 4 bedrooms, 2 acres, and that view, was a steal, a miracle. Sarah cried when our offer was accepted. "It's perfect, Artie," she whispered, pressing her hand to the ultrasound image on the fridge. Liam, 20 weeks. Our fresh start, our forever home. The reality when we turned down the long, rutted driveway 3 weeks later was less sun-drenched. The house was a sturdy white clapboard, but the paint was peeling like sunburnt skin. The wildflower meadow was knee-high goldenrod and thistles. The oak floors were scuffed and dull, and the air, as we pushed open the unlocked front door, carried the scent of dust, old wood, and something else. Faint, sweet, and cloying, like forgotten potpourri. The realtor, Brenda, breezed past the minor details. "Needs a little TLC? Full of character. Previous owners, the Hargraves, lived here 50 years. Very particular people, left everything spotless." She gestured to the immaculate empty rooms. No furniture, no curtains, just bare floors, bare windows, and walls that seemed to absorb the weak afternoon light. They had strict routines, kept meticulous logs. You'll find them in the study. Might be helpful. The study was a small room off the hallway. On a bare desk sat a single, thick notebook, bound in faded blue cloth. The Hargrave household log, 1973-2023. Inside, page after page of precise looping cursive script. Jan 1, 07 Aurora. Windows opened, east, south. 07 number 15. Floors swept. Main hall, kitchen. Sarwait, Sarma. Breakfast prepared. Oatmeal toast tea. 08-30. Dishes washed, dried, put away. 09 Aurora. Garden weeded. Front beds. Rule 7. Observed. Rule 7. We flipped to the front. A single sheet of paper typed on an old typewriter was glued to the inside cover. The Hargrave household rules. 1. Windows opened daily, east and south at 07 Osera, west and north at 16 hours. 2. Floors swept daily. Main hall and kitchen 07-15. Upstairs hall 19 hours. 3. Dishes washed, dried, put away immediately after use. No soaking. 4. Lights out in all rooms by 22 hours, except hallway nightlight, Rule 12. 5. All exterior doors locked by 21 hour. Key placed under welcome mat, Rule 9. 6. Sunday, no laundry, no loud noises. Tea at 15 hour. 7. The quiet hour, 15 hour daily. Absolute silence, no movement between rooms. 8. Mail retrieved at 10 sharp. Sorted immediately. 9. Key under welcome mat, always. 10. Fireplace lit only Nov, 1 Mar 31. Ashes removed daily. 11. No shoes worn upstairs. 12. Hallway nightlight, 40W bulb, remains on 22R06, Leo. 13. The attic door remains closed, always. Sarah laughed, flipping through the log. Quirky, organized, I kind of love it. We could use some structure, right? She pointed to Rule 7. The quiet hour sounds nice. A little peace while Liam naps. She didn't see the date on the last entry, May 12th, 2023. 21. Doors locked. Key under mat. Good night. The Hargraves had died in their sleep 3 days later, the obituary said, peacefully in this house. Moving day was chaos, boxes, the whine of the U-Haul ramp, Liam kicking excitedly in Sarah's belly. We ignored the rules. We stomped upstairs in muddy boots. We left boxes in the hallway. We blasted music while assembling the crib. We didn't put the key under the mat. We left the back door unlocked for the movers. We laughed, breathless, exhausted, in our new kitchen as dusk fell. Our home. The first night, Sarah woke me. Artie, do you hear that? Silence. The house settling, the fridge humming. No? What? Shuffling downstairs like sweeping. I listened. Faint. Rhythmic. Swish. Pause. Swish. Pause. Coming from the main hall. Old house, I murmured, pulling her close. Pipes, wind in the eaves. But the sound was too deliberate, too methodical. It stopped at exactly 7:15 a.m. The next day, Sarah found the welcome mat askew on the front step. Underneath, gleaming dully in the morning light, lay the heavy brass house key. She picked it up, frowning. That's weird. I'm sure I locked it last night, and I definitely didn't put it here. We chalked it up to moving fatigue, stress. That evening, around 8:55 p.m., as we were loading the dishwasher, the lights in the living room and kitchen flickered once, then went out. Only the small bare bulb in the hallway remained lit, a 40W bulb, we'd later note. Power surge, Sarah said, fumbling for her phone light. I checked the breaker box in the basement. All switches were firmly in the on position. We went to bed early, unsettled. Around 2 a.m., Liam gave Sarah a vigorous kick. She groaned, shifting, then froze. Artie, the attic door. Our bedroom was directly below the attic access, a simple, white-painted panel set into the upstairs hallway ceiling with a pull-down cord. The cord was taut, pulled down. The attic door was open. A sliver of deeper darkness yawned above us. We hadn't touched it. We hadn't even noticed it until now. Sarah's whisper was pure ice. Rule 13. We lay rigid in the dark, listening. Nothing came from the attic. No footsteps, no creaks, just the oppressive silence of that open door. After an hour, trembling, I got up, grabbed the cord, and pulled the door shut. It clicked softly into place. The cord hung loose. The next day, Sunday, Sarah insisted we try the quiet hour. Just for fun, for Liam's future naps, 2 to 3, absolute silence. We sat on the sofa, holding hands, watching dust motes dance in a sunbeam. Liam was quiet. The house was quiet. Too quiet. No. Birdsong from outside. No distant traffic hum. The fridge had stopped humming. The only sound was our own breathing, unnaturally loud in the void. At 2:05 p.m., a soft thump came from the kitchen. We didn't move. Rule 7, no movement between rooms. Thump. Closer. From the hallway outside the living room door. A pause. Then the soft, unmistakable scritch-scratch of a key turning in the front door lock. The door opened, closed. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Crossing the main hall. Pausing outside the living room door. We held our breath. Sarah's hand crushed mine. The doorknob turned. The door creaked open an inch. We saw only the edge of the hallway, and on the floor, just visible in the gap, a pair of worn, sensible black shoes, size medium, small. They stood perfectly still for 10 seconds. Then, silently, they turned and walked away, back across the hall. The front door opened, closed. The lock clicked. Silence returned, thicker, heavier, at 3 p.m. Exactly. The fridge kicked back on with a loud clunk. Birds began singing outside. The world resumed. Sarah was shaking. They're following the rules. The logbook wasn't just a record, it was a blueprint. And the Hargraves, Edgar and Martha, according to the obituary photo, a stern man, a woman with kind eyes and a tight bun, weren't gone. They were home, and they expected their routines to be honored. We tried to adapt. We put the key under the mat. We swept the hall at 7:15. We opened the east and south windows at 7 k's. We locked the doors at 9 k's. We observed a quiet hour, sitting statue still, hearts pounding, listening for the shoes. The shuffling stopped. The lights stayed on. The attic door remained shut. It worked. For a week. Then Liam decided midnight was playtime. Sarah was up, pacing the upstairs hall, rubbing her belly, whispering soothing nonsense. I was half asleep in our room. A floorboard creaked. Outside our door, not Sarah's. Step. Heavier. Deliberate. Sarah froze. The hallway nightlight, the 40W bulb we'd installed per Rule 12, flickered. Once, twice. Then, from the top of the stairs, a voice. Thin, reedy, but unnervingly clear. Martha Hargrave's voice lifted in gentle, scolding song. Hush now, baby. Don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. It wasn't a lullaby of comfort. It was a reminder. A recitation of Rule 7's violation. Absolute silence. No movement between rooms. Sarah stumbled back into our room, slamming the door, locking it with fumbling hands. The singing stopped. The nightlight steadied. The next morning, we found the logbook open on the kitchen table. A new entry, in that same precise looping cursive, but the ink was fainter, bluer, as if written with fading strength. June 18th, 23. Quiet hour violation. Upstairs hall. Gentle reminder. Administered. Rule 7 observed thereafter. 070. Windows opened, east, south. 07:15. Floors swept. Main hall, kitchen. Rule 7 observed. They weren't angry. They were correcting us. The terror wasn't of malice. It was of insistence, of an unbreakable eternal routine. We were tenants in their meticulously ordered afterlife. We stopped fighting. We became Hargraves. We woke at 6:55 a.m. Sarah, hugely pregnant, would stand at the east window, hand on the latch, waiting for the clock to strike 7. Click. She'd push it open. I'd do the south. At 7:15, I'd sweep the hall and kitchen with the broom we'd found in the closet, a worn, wooden-handled thing that felt disturbingly familiar in my grip. Swish, pause, swish, just like the shuffling we'd heard. We sorted the mail at 10 Opactaro sharp. We observed Sunday tea at 3 hour, Sarah with chamomile, me with Earl Grey, sitting in silence in the living room, listening to the clock tick, waiting for the shoes to appear. They never did on Sundays per Rule 6. We put the key under the mat every night, without fail. The attic door remained closed. We never spoke of it, never looked at it directly. Rule 13 was the bedrock. Liam was born on July 10th, a healthy, loud boy. We brought him home on a Tuesday. The house felt different, warmer, fuller. Sarah, glowing with exhaustion and joy, insisted on the routines. For stability, Artie, for him. We opened the windows, swept the floors, locked the doors, put the key under the mat. That night, around 10:30 p.m., as Sarah nursed Liam in the rocking chair in our room, the hallway nightlight flickered, then went out. The house plunged into near total darkness. Sarah gasped, "Rule 12!" Before I could move, a soft click came from the hallway. The light switch. The 40W bulb flared back to life, and standing just outside our open bedroom door, silhouetted against the hall light, were two figures. Edgar Hargrave, tall and thin, in a dark suit, hands clasped behind his back. Martha Hargrave, smaller, in a floral dress, her hands folded neatly at her waist. They weren't transparent. They weren't glowing. They looked solid, real, just wrongly lit, as if lit by a light source that didn't exist in our world. Their faces were indistinct in the gloom, but their posture radiated quiet authority and approval. They stood for exactly 10 seconds, silent, observing. Then, as one, they turned, walked down the hall. Their footsteps made no sound on the freshly swept floorboards. They descended the stairs. The front door opened, closed. The lock clicked. The house settled. The nightlight hummed steadily. Sarah looked at me, tears streaming down her face, Liam asleep at her breast. Not tears of fear, tears of recognition. "They saw him," she whispered. "They approved." The Hargraves weren't haunting us. They were hosting us. We were part of the routine now. Liam grew. He learned the rhythm of the house before he learned to walk. He'd point to the east window at 6:55, babbling, "Up! Up!" He'd stand by the broom at 7:15, holding this handle, "Sweep! Sweep!" He never questioned the key under the mat. He'd pat the welcome mat solemnly before bedtime. Key home. He never went near the attic door. One rainy afternoon when Liam was 3, he was playing with blocks in the upstairs hall. Sarah was in the study. I was in the kitchen, washing a single cup. Rule 3. Dishes washed, dried, put away immediately. A crash echoed from upstairs. Liam's startled cry. I ran up. He stood in the hall, tears welling, pointing a trembling finger. The attic door's pull cord dangled. The door was open just a few inches, but enough. A sliver of profound, lightless blackness. And from within that sliver, a sound, not a groan, not a rattle, a low rhythmic thumping, like a fist, gently, insistently pounding on the inside of the attic door. Thump, thump, thump. Liam whimpered, hiding behind my legs. Sarah appeared at the study door, her face pale. Rule 13, the most important rule. The Hargraves materialized at the top of the stairs. Edgar and Martha, not stern, not angry, deeply, infinitely sad. Martha held out her hand to Liam, not to take him, to guide him. Her other hand pointed, not at the open door, but at the pull cord. The message was clear. It must be closed by the living. Liam, sensing the gravity, sniffled. He wiped his nose on his sleeve. Then, with a solemn concentration only a child can muster, he walked past the Hargraves, past the open door and its terrible thumping, and grasped the pull cord. He pulled. The attic door slid shut with a soft, final click. The thumping stopped, instantly. The sliver of darkness vanished. Edgar placed a hand, light as cobweb, on Liam's head. A benediction. Martha offered a small, sad smile. Then they turned, walked down the stairs, and were gone. Liam looked up at me, his eyes wide. "Bad room, Daddy?" "Yes, buddy," I whispered, pulling him close, my own heart still hammering. "Very bad room. We don't go there, ever." He nodded, solemn. "Key home?" "Key home," I confirmed. That night, the logbook lay open on the kitchen table. A new entry. Martha's hand, the ink faded to a pale gray blue, almost translucent. Oct 27, 1430. Attic door incident. Liam. Correction, enacted by resident child. Rule 13 reaffirmed. 16. Car. Windows opened, west, north. 21. Car. Doors locked. Key. Under mat. Good night. Below it, in Edgar's firmer, darker script, just 2 words. Well done. We are the Hargraves now. We open the windows. We sweep the floors. We lock the doors. We put the key under the mat. Liam, at 5, is the keeper of the quiet hour. He patrols the halls at 1:55, shushing us with a finger to his lips, his small face serious. Shh! Rule 7. The attic door remains closed. We never speak of what might be behind it. We don't need to. The thumping taught us enough. The Hargraves aren't trapped here. We are, bound by love, by routine, by the quiet, unyielding rules of a home that remembers its keepers and demands the same devotion from those who follow. Sometimes, on still nights, I stand at the east window at 6:59 a.m., waiting for the clock. The first gray light touches the meadow. The house is silent, perfect, holding its breath. And in that silence, just before the click of the latch, I swear I hear it. The soft, synchronized rustle of 2 pairs of sensible shoes moving through the hall downstairs, getting ready for the day, ensuring the rules are kept, ensuring the home remains theirs and ours, always theirs. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The old woman in my mirror says she used to be me. It started with the eyes, not mine. Not the tired, bloodshot eyes I'd see after another sleepless night, scrolling through job boards, staring at the ceiling, wondering where the last 5 years had vanished. No, this was different. It was the eyes in the bathroom mirror the morning after I moved into the little attic apartment above Mrs. Henderson's bakery. The listing had been vague. Cozy garret, city views, includes utilities. The reality was a single room under a steeply slanted roof, painted a faded lavender that peeled in long, sad strips, furnished with a narrow bed, a rickety table, and a scarred dresser. topped with a large ornate mirror framed in tarnished silver. The mirror was the only thing of any character in the place, its surface slightly cloudy, the silvering on the edges darkened with age like old bruises. Mrs. Henderson, a tiny woman with flour perpetually dusting her apron and eyes that held the sharpness of 1,000 kneaded loaves, had merely shrugged when I asked about it. "Been there since my mother's time," always gave folks the shivers. "But it's just glass and silver, dear, nothing to it." She'd bustled off to her ovens, leaving me alone with the mirror and the unsettling feeling that it was watching me unpack my life, box by box, into this cramped space. That first morning, bleary-eyed and nursing a cheap coffee from the mug she'd provided, I glanced up at the mirror while brushing my teeth. My reflection stared back. The usual messy bun, the dark circles like smudges of charcoal, the faint lines of worry already etching themselves around my mouth at 28. But for a split second, just as I spat into the sink, the eyes, they weren't mine. They were older, much older, deep-set, hooded by crepey lids, the irises a faded gray-blue, clouded with, what, sorrow? Resignation? And they held a knowingness, a weary depth, that my own eyes, still bright, with flickers of unspent hope despite the grind, could never possess. I blinked, hard. The eyes were mine again, just tired, just stressed. The city view through the grimy window was a wall of brick 3 feet away. Of course I was seeing things. Jet lag from the cross-country move, maybe. Lack of sleep. I finished getting ready and headed out, trying to shake the lingering chill that had nothing to do with the draft whistling through the ill-fitting window. It happened again that night. I was washing my face, leaning close to the mirror to get the stubborn smudge of mascara from the corner of my eye. The steam from the hot water fogged the edges of the glass, but the center, where my face was, remained clear. As I straightened up, water dripping from my chin, my gaze met my reflections. And again, the eyes were wrong, older, heavier, and this time the mouth, the corners were turned down in a subtle, permanent frown I didn't recognize on my own face. A tremor went through me. I stepped back, turning off the tap. The reflection mimicked me, but the eyes stayed ancient, watching me with that unnerving, patient sadness. I shook my head, muttering, "Get a grip, Lena," and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. The image lingered behind my eyelids, those old eyes in my young face. The third time, I was sure I was losing it. It was late, after another fruitless day of interviews that ended with polite, hollow smiles. I stood in the dim light of a single bare bulb, staring at my reflection, feeling the familiar cocktail of exhaustion and despair. My shoulders slumped. My reflection slumped with me. But then it didn't stop. My reflection kept slumping, its posture becoming more stooped, its neck seeming to lengthen and wrinkle. The skin on its face seemed to sag, deepening the lines around its eyes and mouth into canyons of weariness. My own hand flew to my cheek, smooth, firm, but a reflection's cheek was hollowed, mapped with fine lines. And the eyes, those gray-blue eyes, clouded and ancient, stared back at me with an expression of profound, aching familiarity. Not malice, not menace, just recognition and a deep, bone-deep sorrow. "Hello, Lena," the reflection whispered. Its voice wasn't a sound in the room. It was a vibration in my own skull, dry as dead leaves scraping on stone, yet utterly clear. It held the rasp of decades, the weight of countless sighs. It's been a long time coming. I stumbled back, knocking over the rickety chair with a clatter that echoed in the small room. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. "What? What are you?" I choked out, my voice trembling. The reflection, the old woman, didn't move her lips. The voice came again, resonating inside my head. "I'm you, child. Or rather, I'm what you will be, what you are, if you keep walking the path you're on." She raised a hand slowly, a hand that in the reflection was spotted with age, the knuckles swollen, the skin thin as parchment. It mirrored my own gesture of raising a hand in shock, but the details were all wrong, all aged. You see the exhaustion. You feel the hope slipping away grain by grain like sand through your fingers. Every rejection, every closed door, every night staring at that ceiling, it's carving me into you, slowly, inevitably. "You're not real," I shouted, the sound harsh in the silence. "You're just stress, hallucination." A dry, humorless chuckle echoed in my mind. Am I? Look closer. Look at the lines around your eyes, the tension in your jaw, the way your shoulders hunch even when you're not thinking about it. That's me, Lena. That's the beginning of me. The world is grinding you down, shaping you, and I am the shape it makes. She leaned forward slightly in the mirror, her ancient eyes boring into mine with terrifying intimacy. I remember this room. I remember this feeling, the crushing weight of maybe tomorrow, the slow erosion of dreams into mere survival. I lived it, every bitter minute. Tears pricked my eyes, hot and sudden, not just from fear, but from the horrifying truth in her words. The despair I'd been holding at bay, the constant low hum of anxiety about rent, about the future, about becoming invisible. It all surged up, threatening to drown me. "I don't want to be you," I whispered, the words raw. The old woman's expression softened just a fraction. The clouded eyes held a flicker of something. Pity? Regret? Nobody chooses it, child. It just happens. One day you look in the mirror and realize the young woman is gone, and I'm all that's left, worn thin, used up. She paused, the silence heavy with the unspoken years. But it doesn't have to be this way, not yet. Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, unfurled in my chest. How? How do I stop it? "You have to fight," the voice rasped, urgency cutting through the weariness. Not just for a job, for yourself, for the joy, for the spark they're trying to grind out of you. Stop letting the world define your worth by its empty metrics. Find something that makes your soul sing, even if it's small, even if it's just noticing the light on the brick wall in the morning. Stop waiting for tomorrow to be better. Make today matter, even in a tiny way, or her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. You'll wake up one morning, and I'll be the only one looking back at you, and you won't even remember her. The image in the mirror began to fade, the lines softening, the posture straightening, the ancient eyes slowly, reluctantly, resolving back into my own tired 28-year-old gaze. The internal voice faded with it, leaving only the frantic thudding of my heart and the distant hum of the city. I stood there for a long time, staring at my own reflection, searching my eyes for any trace of that ancient sorrow. They looked like mine again, but the memory of those clouded gray-blue irises, the feel of that bone-deep weariness projected onto my own skin, was seared into my mind. I tried to follow her advice. I took walks, forcing myself to notice the stubborn dandelions pushing through cracks in the sidewalk, the way the afternoon sun turned the bakery's steam vents into golden halos. I started writing again, just for myself, late at night. Messy, unstructured words that weren't for a resume or an application, but for the sheer forgotten pleasure of stringing sentences together. I said yes to a coffee with an old friend I'd been avoiding because I felt like a failure. Small things, tiny acts of rebellion against the slow grind. For a few days, the mirror was just a mirror. My reflection was tired, yes, but it was me. The eyes held their usual flicker of worry, but also a new, tentative spark. Hope, fragile but present. Then came the night I got the final rejection email. From the last place I'd pinned any real hope on, the one that felt like it could have been a lifeline. The email was polite, generic, a death knell wrapped in corporate jargon. I crumpled onto the narrow bed, the despair crashing over me in a cold, suffocating wave. It felt like the end of something, the end of trying, the end of me. I must have dozed off, exhausted by the emotional storm. I woke to darkness, disoriented. The single bulb was off. The only light came from the street lamp outside, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. And the mirror. The mirror was glowing with a faint, internal luminescence, like moonlight on old glass. I sat up slowly, dread coiling in my stomach. I knew what I would see. She was there, fully formed, not a glimpse, not a momentary shift. The old woman, her face was a roadmap of every disappointment, every sleepless night, every unshed tear. Deep grooves ran from her nose to the corners of her thin, pale lips. Her skin was papery, hanging loosely on her skull. Her hair, pulled back severely, was pure white, thin and wispy. But her eyes, those gray-blue eyes, were wide open, fixed on me with an intensity that stole my breath. They weren't sad anymore. They were desperate, terrified. "You're slipping, Lena," the voice hissed inside my skull, sharper, more urgent than before. It crackled with the dryness of autumn leaves, but beneath it was pure panic. "You're letting go. I can feel it. The shape is hardening. The path is set." She pressed a trembling, age-spotted hand against the inside of the glass. It left a faint, greasy smear. "Look at me. Is this what you want? To become this hollow shell? Waiting for the days to pass, counting the heartbeats until the end? Remember the spark. Remember the words you wrote. Remember the dandelion." Tears streamed down my face, hot and silent. The weight of the rejection, the accumulated fatigue, the sheer effort of hope felt crushing. "It's too hard," I whispered aloud, my voice breaking. "It's all too hard." "It's only hard because you're doing it alone," the voice cried, the panic rising. "Reach out, fight, live, or you'll be trapped here with me forever." She beat her frail fist weakly against the glass. The sound was muffled, pathetic, but a vibration shivered through my bones. "I don't want to be alone in here, but if you give up, you'll join me, and there's no coming back." The sheer, raw terror in her voice, the terror of an eternity spent as this weary, diminished echo, cut through my despair like a knife. This wasn't just about a job. This was about my soul, my very essence. She was the ghost of my potential, chained to this mirror by my own surrender. I scrambled off the bed, not towards the door, but toward the small desk where my notebook lay open to a half-finished, hopeful paragraph. I picked up the pen, my hand shaking. I didn't write about jobs or resumes. I wrote about the dandelion, about the golden steam, about the taste of Mrs. Henderson's slightly burnt but perfect croissant that morning, about the feeling of the pen scratching on paper, a tiny act of creation in a world that demanded consumption. I wrote for myself, for the spark. As I wrote, the luminescence in the mirror began to dim. The old woman's frantic expression softened, replaced by a weary gratitude. She didn't vanish. She was still there in the reflection, but the lines seemed less like canyons and more like weathering. The terror in her eyes receded, leaving only that deep, familiar sadness, but now mixed with a fragile thread of hope. She gave the faintest nod, so slight I might have imagined it. Then, slowly, deliberately, she raised her hand again, not to pound, but to gently trace the outline of my younger face in the glass, her ancient eyes holding mine with a love that was both heartbreaking and profoundly protective, a silent promise. I am here. I am you, but you don't have to become me yet. I kept writing all night. The street lamp outside faded as dawn approached. When the first gray light touched the brick wall, I finally looked up. The mirror reflected only my own face, pale and exhausted, but my eyes held a new steadiness, and in their depths, just for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of that same gray-blue, not as a threat, but as a reminder, a guardian, a warning etched in the very fabric of my being. I still live in the attic. Mrs. Henderson still bakes her bread. The mirror still hangs above the dresser, its silver frame tarnished, its surface slightly cloudy. But I don't fear it anymore. I understand it. Most days it just shows me Lena, tired, yes, but fighting, working a temp job, yes, but also writing, connecting, noticing the light. The spark is small, but it's mine, and it's enough. But on the hardest days, when the rejections pile up or the loneliness bites deep, I catch a glimpse. Not a full transformation, just a fleeting shadow in my reflection's eyes, a deeper line around the mouth, a momentary stoop in the shoulders that isn't mine, a silent question hanging in the air between us. Are you slipping? And I straighten my back. I take a deep breath. I find the dandelion. I write the words. Because the old woman in the mirror isn't just a ghost of the future. She's the part of me that remembers the cost of surrender, and she's counting on the part of me that still believes in the spark to keep us both alive. She used to be me, and if I'm not careful, I will be her. But not today, not yet. The fight isn't just for a future, it's for the soul staring back at me in the glass right now, and I won't let her down. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I went to a hotel and every night the room number changed, but the key never did. The sign flickered like a dying pulse against the bruised twilight sky. The Meridian Motel. Vacancy. I hadn't planned on stopping. I'd been driving for 14 hours straight, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the ghost of my sister's laughter still echoing in the hollow space behind my ribs where grief had taken root. Maya, gone 3 months. The funeral was yesterday. The empty house in Portland felt like a tomb, so I'd pointed my old Volvo east, chasing the setting sun, chasing numbness. The Meridian wasn't on any map app. It just appeared off Route 17 after a confusing detour around a washed-out bridge, a low-slung concrete block huddled beneath skeletal pines, its parking lot slick with rain. The vacancy light buzzed and spat sparks. It was the only light for miles. I pulled in. The lobby smelled of industrial cleaner and something older, deeper, wet wool and the faint, coppery tang of old blood masked by lemon-scented disinfectant. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly greenish pallor on the cracked linoleum. Behind the scarred reception desk sat a man who looked carved from driftwood, late 60s maybe, thin white hair combed over a liver-spotted scalp. His eyes, magnified by thick glasses, held no warmth, only a flat, watchful stillness. He wore a faded polyester uniform with a tarnished name tag. Clyde. He didn't smile when I approached, didn't even blink. His fingers, knotted with arthritis, tapped slowly on a ledger open before him. The page was blank except for a single entry near the bottom. Room 214. Paid. Need a room, I rasped, my voice raw from crying and hours of silence. Just for tonight. Clyde's gaze lifted slowly, those magnified eyes fixing on mine. He didn't speak. He simply slid a heavy brass key across the counter. It landed with a soft clunk. Attached to it was a plastic fob stamped with the number 214. His hand retreated beneath the desk. He picked up a fountain pen and, with deliberate slowness, wrote something in the ledger. I couldn't see what. He didn't ask for payment, didn't ask for ID, just stared, waiting. Payment? I ventured. A dry crackle escaped his lips, not quite a smile. Prepaid, by the previous guest. He tapped the ledger with a yellowed fingernail. Room 214, end of the hall, second floor. I took the key. It was cold, unnaturally so, like it had been pulled from a freezer. The brass was tarnished almost black in places, worn smooth on the teeth. It felt heavy. Too heavy for its size. I fumbled for my wallet anyway, pulling out 2 20s. I laid them on the ledger beside his hand. He didn't acknowledge them. His pen hovered over the page, waiting for me to leave. I did. The hallway carpet was of faded, muddy brown, patterned to hide stains. It muffled my footsteps, swallowing sound. The air was colder. Here, thick with the smell of mildew and dust. Room 214 was at the very end. The door was heavy, solid core, painted a chipped institutional green. I jammed the brass key into the lock. It turned smoothly, silently. The room was small, sterile, a narrow bed with stiff polyester sheets, a dresser with a dead TV bolted to it, a window overlooking the parking lot and the dark tree line beyond. The shower curtain in the tiny bathroom was mildewed at the hem. I dropped my suitcase by the door, too exhausted to care. I just needed to sleep, to silence the memory of Maya's hand growing cold in mine at the hospice. I locked the deadbolt, clicked off the bedside lamp, and fell into the bed. The pillow smelled faintly of mothballs and old sweat. Sleep came fast, deep, and dreamless. I woke to sunlight slicing through the gap in the thin curtains. Disoriented, I blinked at the unfamiliar ceiling. Then I saw it, the room number plaque beside the door, not 214. 317. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering. I must have misread it last night. Exhaustion, grief playing tricks. I got up, walked shakily to the door, and touched the metal plaque. 317, carved deep into the brass, undeniable. I checked the key still clutched in my other hand. The fob clearly read, "To walk all." A mistake, a clerical error, nothing more. I showered quickly, the water tepid and gritty, and went downstairs to check out. Clyde was at the desk exactly as before. The ledger lay open. I placed the heavy brass key on the counter. "There's been a mix-up," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "My room was 317, not 214. The key says 214. Clyde didn't look up. His pen scratched slowly across the blank page. "Room 214, he repeated, his voice a dry rustle. "Paid in full, no charge." "But the door says 3017, I insisted, a thread of panic tightening in my chest. He finally lifted his head. Those magnified eyes held no confusion, only a terrible, patient knowing. "Room numbers change," he stated flatly. "Keys don't." He picked up the brass key, its tarnished surface gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. He placed it back in my palm. His skin was ice-cold, dry as parchment. "Yours, always yours. You'll need it tonight." I recoiled, the key biting into my palm. "I'm leaving, now." He nodded slowly, a single stiff dip of his chin. "Checkout is at 11. You have time." He returned to his ledger, the pen scratching on. Scritch, scritch, scritch. I backed away, the heavy key clutched tight. I didn't look at the room numbers as I fled down the hall. I just ran to my car, threw my suitcase in the trunk, and peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spitting under the tires. I didn't stop driving until I hit the interstate, the sun high and warm on the dashboard. I laughed, a shaky, relieved sound. A weird old man, a creepy motel, nothing more. Maya's face swam in my mind, her bright smile, the way she'd squeezed my hand that last morning, whispering, "Don't be sad, Ellie, just keep driving." I kept driving east, away. Night fell again. Rain began pattering on the windshield. My eyes burned. The coffee stop hadn't helped. The interstate blurred. Signs became meaningless smears of light. I needed to pull over, just for an hour, just to close my eyes. I took the next exit, tires hissing on the wet asphalt, and there it was, gleaming under the downpour, the neon sign sputtering defiantly against the storm. The Meridian Motel, vacancy. My blood turned to slush. Impossible. I'd driven 300 miles. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. Keep driving. Just keep. A semi blasted past, its horn blaring, spraying my windshield with filthy water. The wipers struggled. My vision tunneled. I pulled into the Meridian's lot, the tires crunching on the same wet gravel. The same dead pines stood sentinel. The same buzzing vacancy light cast its sickly glow. Clyde was behind. The desk. He didn't look up as I entered, water dripping from my hair. The ledger lay open. He slid the same heavy brass key across the counter. The fob read, "Tawa." My hand shook as I took it. The cold metal seeped into my bones. "Room 3017, he said quietly, not meeting my eyes. "End of the hall, second floor." I didn't argue. I just walked. The hallway carpet felt damper. The mildew smelled stronger. The door at the end had a plaque. 3 at a time. I inserted the key stamped, key. It turned smoothly. The room was identical, the same stiff sheets, the same dead TV, the same view of the dark pines, but the air felt different, colder, charged, like static before a storm, and on the bedside table something new, a single waterlogged paperback novel. The Shining. Its pages were warped, bloated with moisture. I didn't touch it. I locked the deadbolt, clicked off the light, and lay rigid in the dark, listening to the rain drum on the roof, listening for the scrape of a key in the lock that didn't fit. Sleep wouldn't come. I kept seeing Maya's face in the hospice bed, the monitor flatlining, the terrible silence after the nurse turned off the machine. Just keep driving, Ellie. But I'd stopped, here. Dawn light, gray and watery, filtered through the curtains. I sat up instantly. the room number plaque beside the door. Bon T. I lunged out of bed, heart pounding against my ribs. I snatched the key from the nightstand. The fob still read, 2-on-I-T. I ran my fingers over the brass teeth. Unchanged. I stumbled to the bathroom mirror. My reflection was pale, hollow-eyed, strands of wet hair plastered to my forehead. Behind me, in the mirror's edge, the room number plaque glinted. Ciao. I spun around. It was real. Panic clawed up my throat. I grabbed my suitcase, threw clothes in haphazardly, not caring about folding. I had to get out. Now. I flew down the stairs, suitcase banging against my leg. Clyde was at the desk. He was writing in the ledger. I slammed the brass key down on the counter. Stop this! What is happening? The room was 113. The key is 214. This isn't right. He didn't flinch. His pen didn't pause its scratch. Room numbers change, he repeated, the words dry as dead leaves. Keys don't. He finally looked up. Those magnified eyes held something new, not patience. Hunger. You carry heavy silence, Ellie. The meridian feeds on silence, on the spaces between heartbeats, between goodbyes. He tapped the ledger. Maya's silence, your silence. It fills the rooms, makes them fluid. My breath hitched. How do you know my name? How do you know about Maya? A ghost of a smile touched his cracked lips. The key knows. It always knows what walks through these doors, what stays. He pushed the brass key back toward me. Its coldness bit deeper this time. Room 113 is gone. Tomorrow it will be 000 or 404 or a number that doesn't exist. But the key... He closed his hand over mine, forcing my fingers to curl around the cold metal. His skin was like grave soil. The key is constant. It is the anchor. It is the only thing that will open the door when the silence becomes too loud, when she comes knocking. I wrenched my hand away. The key clutched so tight, its teeth imprinted my palm. I won't be back. Clyde nodded slowly, turning back to his ledger. Everyone comes back to their silence, Ellie. The meridian remembers. The key remembers. He began writing again, the pen moving faster now. Scritch, scratch, scritch. Checkout is at 11. You have time? I drove, not east this time, west, back toward Portland, back toward the empty house, the memories, the life I'd abandoned. I drove through the day, through the night, the rain a constant companion. I stopped only for gas, black coffee, and to splash cold water on my face in grimy rest-stop bathrooms. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every time my eyelids grew heavy, I saw the shifting room numbers, felt the cold weight of the key in my pocket, heard Clyde's dry whisper, "The key remembers." Maya's voice echoed too, softer, sadder. "Just keep driving, Ellie. Don't look back." But the key was in my pocket, heavy, insistent, a lodestone pulling me toward the quiet dark. Night fell again. Exhaustion was a physical weight, dragging my eyelids shut. The highway signs blurred, my head nodded forward. Just 5 minutes. I jolted awake to the sound of gravel crunching under tires, headlights cut through the downpour, illuminating the flickering neon sign. The Meridian Motel. Vacancy. I hadn't turned, I hadn't taken an exit. The road had simply ended here. Again. The rain sheeted down, turning the parking lot into a black mirror reflecting the buzzing vacancy light. My hands were numb on the steering wheel. There was no fight left. Only the crushing weight of the silence Maya left behind, and the cold brass key, burning a hole in my pocket. Clyde didn't look up as I entered the lobby. He slid the key across the counter. The fob read, "2 oil." His pen scratched furiously in the ledger. The pages were no longer blank. They were filled with cramped, frantic writing. Room numbers, names, dates. Room 317, Arthur Finch, 1987, drowned in the bathtub. Room 131, Mrs. Eleanor Vance, 1999, heart gave out, waiting for the phone to ring. Room 000, Thomas Reed, 2015, vanished mid-shift, key left on the desk. And near the top, in fresh, wet ink, room, Ellie Carter, today, carrying Maya's silence. Room number? I whispered, my voice raw. Clyde didn't pause his writing. It doesn't matter. The key fits all doors here, especially the locked ones. He finally looked at me. His eyes weren't magnified anymore. The glasses were gone. His pupils were huge black pools reflecting the buzzing fluorescence. She's waiting for you tonight, Ellie, at the end of the hall. She's been waiting since you left the hospice, since you ran from the quiet. Maya, my breath caught. No, she's gone. Gone? Clyde's dry chuckle was the sound of twigs snapping. Silence never goes. It just changes rooms. Like us. He pointed a bony finger toward the stairs. Go. The key knows the way. It always knows the way back to the silence you carry. I walked upstairs. The hallway carpet was soaked, water seeping up between the fibers, smelling of pond scum and wet stone. The door at the end had no number plaque, just smooth, water-stained wood. I pressed my ear to it. Silence. Then, faintly, the rhythmic beep of a heart monitor, slowing, fading. Maya's breath, shallow and wet. I fumbled the brass key. It felt warm now, pulsing. I inserted it into the lock. It turned with a soft, final click. The room wasn't a motel room. It was the hospice room. The same pale green walls, the same antiseptic smell undercut by the scent of wilting lilies. The same hospital bed. Maya lay beneath thin blankets, her face pale, her eyes closed. The heart monitor beside her beeped steadily. Beep, beep, beep. She opened her eyes. They were clear, lucid, filled with love. She smiled. Ellie, you came back. Tears streamed down my face. I ran. I'm so sorry, Maya. I couldn't stay. The quiet was too loud. She reached out a thin hand. It's okay. I understand. The quiet is loud for everyone who leaves. She patted the edge of the bed. Sit, just for a little while, before the shift changes. I sat. Her hand was cool, real. The heart monitor beeped on. Beep, beep, beep. I didn't notice the room changing, didn't notice the floral wallpaper peeling away to reveal damp concrete, didn't notice the window view shifting from a city skyline to the dark, rain-lashed pines of the Meridian's backyard. Didn't notice the brass key still clutched in my other hand, growing warmer, hotter, until it glowed faintly in the dim light. Maya's smile didn't waver, but her eyes held the flat, watchful stillness of Clyde's. The key fits, she whispered, her voice suddenly layered with dry rustles and the sound of dripping water. It always fits the silence. Her hand tightened on mine, cold as grave soil. Stay, Ellie. The Meridian needs quiet hearts. It needs your silence. It needs you. The heart monitor flatlined. The sound stretched, warped, becoming the buzz of the vacancy sign outside. The hospice room dissolved like mist. I was back in the motel room, but it was different. The walls were rough concrete, slick with condensation. The only light came from a bare bulb swinging on a frayed wire. The carpet was gone, replaced by packed earth. The window looked out, not on pines, but on the dark, churning surface of a black pond, and on the bed, where Maya had lain, sat Clyde. He wasn't wearing his uniform. He wore a sodden, old-fashioned nightgown. Water dripped from his hair, pooling on the earth floor. He held the brass key, not the one I'd carried, an identical one. He turned it over in his hands, the tarnished metal gleaming. "The first key," he rasped, his voice the sound of stones grinding underwater. "Mine, from 1948, the year I drowned in a blackwater pond behind this very spot, the year the meridian was built on my grave." He looked at me, his eyes reflecting the swinging bulb. The rooms change, the guests change, the silence changes shape. But the key is the anchor. It binds us to the quiet places we flee. It binds us here. He placed his key on the earth floor. It sank slightly into the mud. "Yours is next." I looked down. My own brass key was gone from my hand. It lay on the earth beside his, half buried. Steam rose from the metal where it touched the damp ground. The two keys began to glow with a faint, sickly green light. The concrete walls shimmered. For a split second, I saw not the pond outside, but the hospice window. Saw my own reflection in the glass, a younger me, standing frozen in the doorway, hand on the doorframe, unable to step forward as Maya took her last breath. The silence of that moment rushed back, thick and suffocating. The silence I'd run from. The silence the meridian craved. Clyde stood up. Water streamed from his nightgown. He didn't walk. He flowed across the earthen floor, the puddles rippling around his bare feet. He stopped inches from me. His breath smelled of deep water and drowned things. "The key remembers your silence, Ellie Carter. It remembers Maya's last breath. It remembers the space between your running and your stopping. That space is a room. Your room." He placed a cold, wet hand on my shoulder. "You can run. You can drive 1,000 miles, but the key will always bring you back. The silence always finds its way home." He stepped back, melting into the shadows near the swinging bulb. The room solidified back into a shabby motel room, stiff sheets, dead TV, mildewed shower curtain. The pond was gone. Only the rain-streaked window remained. The two brass keys lay on the nightstand now, side by side, still glowing faintly. The door stood open. The hallway stretched into darkness. At the far end, where the stairs should be, was only a wall of damp, glistening concrete. I picked up my key. It was warm, pulsing, felt like a heartbeat against my palm. I walked out of the room, down the hall. The carpet was dry. The smell of mildew was gone. Only the scent of rain and wet earth lingered. Clyde wasn't at the desk. The ledger lay open. The last entry in fresh ink read, "Room, Ellie Carter, permanent guest, silence acquired." The front door was unlocked. I stepped out into the rain. My Volvo sat in the parking lot just as I'd left it. I got in. The engine started smoothly. I drove, not east, not west, just away. The rain lessened as dawn approached. I found an interstate on-ramp. I merged into the flow of taillights. I drove for hours, days. I changed my number. I deleted the Meridian's location from my phone. I tried to forget the cold weight of the key, the flatline beep that lived in my bones. But sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the city noise fades and the apartment is silent, I hear it, a soft, rhythmic click, 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 from the lock on my front door. Not a break-in, not a draft. The sound of a brass key turning slowly in the lock from the outside. I don't get up. I lie very still in the dark, and I feel it in my pocket. The weight, the cold. The key is always there. It never left. It fits every lock, especially the one on the door to the quiet room inside me where Maya's last breath still hangs in the air. The meridian remembers. The key remembers. And one day, when the silence grows too loud to bear, I know I'll turn the ignition key, point the car toward the vanished exit, and drive back to the buzzing neon sign, back to Clyde's dry smile, back to the room that has no number, only a waiting bed, and the soft, relentless beep of a heart monitor counting down the seconds until I finally stop running. The key will fit. It always fits. It's already in my pocket, warm against my thigh, humming with the quiet of 1,000 unspoken goodbyes, waiting, always waiting. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish-designed bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent, shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra, invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. "Peaches lived in the walls," she said. He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold. We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founders' Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board, her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. "Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either." My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. "What do you mean, honey?" "He says you took a shortcut once," she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. "On the old road, the one with all the rocks, you were in a hurry." She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. "You were going very, very fast." The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lilybug. Peaches has a funny imagination." I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it. The same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. "What Lily said today," I began, my voice low, "about the quarry road." Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. "She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges." "When have we ever talked about that night?" I demanded, my voice rising. "When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it." "Then it was a coincidence," she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. "Peaches doesn't like those," she said, her lower lip trembling. "They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad." Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. "No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared." My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboard. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "Can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years. But it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal, in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. "Tom, you left me. It was so cold." Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken. I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free, and us." The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear, the fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. "Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life." "He is destroying Lily's life right now," I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. "He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process." We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking. "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared." "We should have stopped," I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. "We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives." The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do. And we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word: lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and the ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The church bell rings for funerals that haven't happened yet. The listing was buried deep in a regional job board, sandwiched between hay baling assistant needed and retired gentleman seeks companion for museum visits. It read, simply, bell ringer required, St. Sylvanus Church, Hollows End, temporary position, 30 days, $2,800. Duties, maintain bell tower, performed daily noon chime, ensure structural integrity. Sole occupant, quiet location. Applicant must be self-sufficient, respectful of sacred space, and untroubled by solitude. Inquiries. Sextonist.sylvanus.org. Title $800 for 30 days of ringing a bell. Hollow's End wasn't on my map, an unincorporated speck in the northern Adirondack foothills, accessible only by a single, winding county road that dissolved into gravel after 20 miles. But the money was real. The email exchange with the sexton, a terse-typed name, no signature, was clinical, efficient. A background check cleared. Standard for church work, they said. A train ticket to the nearest depot 2 hours away appeared in my inbox. Paid for. Instructions. Take the 7:15 a.m. bus to Hollow's End Crossroads. Someone will meet you. The bus dropped me at a rusted signpost beside a dirt track, vanishing into dense pine forest. No one was there, just the sigh of wind in the branches and the distant cry of a hawk. I waited 20 minutes, duffel bag at my feet, before a battered pickup truck rattled into view. The driver was an old man, face a road map of wrinkles, eyes the color of river stones. He didn't speak, just jerked his chin toward the passenger seat. We bounced in silence for 10 minutes, the track narrowing until the trees parted. St. Sylvanus wasn't picturesque. It was stark. A small gray stone church, roof patched with tar paper, squatting in a clearing dominated by a single, massive oak tree. Behind it, a lopsided wooden structure, the bell tower, leaned precariously, its shingles warped by decades of snow and rain. A small cemetery sprawled to the left, headstones tilted like broken teeth, choked with tall, dry grass. No town, no houses, just the church, the tower, the grave markers, and the wall of pines pressing close. Oppressive, silent. The old man stopped the truck. He handed me a heavy iron key tied with twine and a folded sheet of paper. His voice was a dry rasp. Sexton's instructions. Tower's yours. Sleeping quarters upstairs behind the belfry. Food's in the cellar, canned goods. Pump out back for water, bell ropes in the tower. Only ring at noon. Only the single chime. Don't touch nothing else. Don't go in the church. Don't walk the grounds after dark. He started the engine. Bell rings when it rings. You just listen and log it. He drove off, leaving me alone and clearing, the key cold in my palm, the silence so deep it hummed in my ears. The tower's interior smelled of dust, dry rot, and old wood smoke. Narrow, steep stairs spiraled up. The sleeping quarters was a cramped loft under the eaves, just big enough for a narrow cot, a small table, and a kerosene lamp. A single, grimy window overlooked the church roof and the cemetery. The belfry itself was one level down, dominated by the bell, a massive, pitted bronze thing, easily 6 feet tall, suspended on thick wooden beams. Its clapper hung motionless. 2 thick braided hemp ropes dangled beside it, ending in worn wooden handles. The sexton's instructions were clear. 1 pull, noon, single chime, log time, duration, weather. That first noon, I pulled the rope. The bell's voice was deep, resonant, a sound that didn't just fill the air but vibrated in my chest, rolling out over the pines, shaking the dust from the rafters. Bong! A single, pure, mournful note that hung in the still air for a full 10 seconds before dissolving into silence. I logged it. 12 plash, clear, 10-sec duration, standard chime. That night, the silence returned, deeper, heavier. I lay on a cot, listening to the wind, the creak of the old timbers. Just after 2 a.m. it started, A low, rhythmic groan, not from the wind, from above me, from the belfry, the bell rope beside my cot, the one not connected to the clapper, the one the instructions called the silent rope, was moving, slowly, gently, swinging in a tiny arc as if brushed by an unfelt breeze. Groan, creak, groan, creak. The sound of the rope rubbing against the wooden beam it passed through on its way up to the bell. I sat up, heart pounding, draft, settling wood. But the tower felt still, stale. I watched the rope swing back and forth, 5 minutes, 10. It didn't stop. It just groaned. Then, without warning, the rope went taut, pulled up, hard. The thick hemp stretched taut as a bowstring. The wooden beam it ran through groaned in protest. Dust sifted down from the ceiling. And the bell spoke, not the single noon chime, a full, heavy, deliberate toll, bong, a pause, 2 seconds, bong, another pause, longer, bong. The sound was deeper, slower, infinitely sadder than the noon chime, a funeral knell, 3 strokes, the universal signal of death. I stood frozen bare feet on the cold wood floor, staring at the taut rope. Impossible. No one was up there, no mechanism, just rope and bell and wind. But there was no wind. The rope hung perfectly still after the 3rd toll, then slowly, gently, began its soft groan, creak, swing again. I scrambled for the logbook the sexton had included. 02:17 a.m., unprompted bell activation, 3 tolls, funeral cadence, source, silent rope tension, no visible cause, weather, calm, no wind. The next day, noon chime, normal, bong. That night, 1:48 a.m., the rope groaned, went taut, bong, 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 3 tolls, same log entry, different time. The 3rd night, 3:02 a.m., same thing, 3 tolls, a pattern, a schedule. Only the bell knew. On the 4th day, curiosity overrode fear. After the noon chime, I climbed the ladder into the belfry itself. Daylight streamed through the louved openings, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. I examined the bell. Ancient, pitted bronze, inscription around the rim, worn almost smooth. Memento Mori, 1843. Remember you must die. Charming. I traced the ropes. The working rope, thick, slightly frayed, connected directly to the clapper's lever. The silent rope, identical hemp. But its end vanished into a dark hole in the beam above, leading where? I'd assumed it was just a counterweight, or perhaps a secondary disused mechanism. But the hole was small, too small for a counterweight pulley. I poked my head through the trap door into the very peak of the tower above the belfry. A cramped, cobweb-choked attic space, empty, just rafters, dust, and the end of the silent rope, tied off securely to a heavy iron ring, bolted into the main ridge beam. No mechanism, no hidden lever, just rope, tied fast. How? How could a rope tied off above pull down with enough force to swing a multi-ton bell? Physics screamed impossible. That night, the tolls came earlier, 12:55 a.m. Bong, bong, bong. I didn't log it right away. I stood in the belfry doorway, looking down at the rope as it swung gently, groaning. Then, on impulse, I stepped into the belfry, walked to the silent rope, reached out. My fingers closed around the rough hemp. It was ice cold and vibrating, a faint, deep thrum, like the echo of the toll still resonating in the fibers. I pulled, gently. Nothing. I pulled harder. The rope didn't budge. It was anchored, immovable, solid as the tower itself. I released it. The groaning started again. Groan, creak. The rope swung. Then, with that same impossible, invisible force, it went taut, pulled up, and the bell tolled. Bong! I was standing right there. I saw the rope pull upwards into the hole in the beam, saw the clapper swing out, strike the bell. No hidden hand, no ghostly figure, just the rope obeying a command from nowhere. Bong! The third toll hung in the air, a wave of sound pressing against my skin, filling the tower, rolling out into the dark pines. As it faded, a new sound emerged, not from the bell, but from the cemetery below. A single dry crack, like old wood splitting or stone shifting. I rushed to the belfry window, peering down. In the moonlight, one grave marker, a tall, weathered slab near the oak tree, had tilted further. A fresh fracture ran down its center. The next day, I broke protocol. I walked the cemetery, not after dark. At noon, in the weak sun, the sexton's warning echoed, "Don't walk the grounds after dark." He hadn't said, "Don't walk them at all." The headstones were old, pre-1900 mostly, names worn away by time and acid rain. Here lies beloved wife, infant son, standard, sad, but normal, except for one. Near the back, half swallowed by ferns, stood a newer marker, granite, not slate, less weathered. The inscription was clear: Elara Vance, beloved daughter, born April 12, 1998, gone. The death date was blank, a long smooth groove where the chisel should have carved the numbers, as if the stone cutter had stopped, unable to finish. A chill, deeper than the mountain air, touched my spine. Elara Vance, born 1998. So, 25 still alive? Then why a grave marker? Why the blank date? That night, the bell didn't toll at its usual time. It waited. 11:58 p.m., I was in the loft, logbook open, pen in hand, waiting. The silence was a physical wait. Groan. The rope began its swing. Groan. Creak. I watched it, my pulse a frantic drum in my ears. 11:59 p.m., the rope went taut, pulled up. Bong! The sound was heavier, fuller, laden with a sorrow that made my eyes sting. Bong! I was at the belfry window, looking down at Elara Vance's grave. Bong! As the third toll boomed out, a sound came from the earth itself, a low, grinding rumble, not thunder, deeper, closer. In the moonlight, the granite slab of Elara Vance's marker shifted, not tilted, not cracked. It rose an inch, then two, pushing up from the earth as if something beneath was straining upwards. Dirt cascaded from its base. The bell's final echo faded. The rope went slack. The marker settled back down, not to its original position. It stood perfectly upright now, and in the smooth groove where the death date had been blank, freshly carved, the granite dust still sparkling in the moonlight, were three numbers. Just 13. Not a full date, just the day. June 13th, tomorrow. My blood turned to ice. I stumbled back to the loft, fumbling for the logbook. My hand shook so badly the pen skittered. 23:59, unprompted activation, 3 tolls. Funeral cadence. Observed. Concurrent ground displacement at gravesite. Elara Vance. Plot 47. Marker, elevated approx. 2 inches. Fresh inscription observed post-toll. 13. Presumed date, June 3rd. Cause unknown. Request immediate clarification from sexton. I sent the email from the satellite phone the sexton had provided for emergencies. It connected instantly. The reply arrived 3 minutes later. One line. Observe. Log. Do not interfere. Sexton, do not interfere. The bell hadn't tolled for a death. It had tolled before it. It was announcing a death that hadn't happened yet. Elara Vance, born 1998, would die tomorrow. I didn't sleep. I watched the moon track across the window, Waited for dawn, waited for noon, waited for... What? Would the bell toll again at midnight? Would the marker sink back down? Would the 13 vanish? Noon came. I pulled the working rope. Bong! The single chime, hollow and meaningless now. The day dragged. I paced the tower, stared at the cemetery, jumped at every rustle in the pines. Nothing happened. The marker stood upright. The 13 stark in the sunlight. 11:58 p.m. I was waiting in the belfry, leaning against the cold bell, the silent rope inches from my hand. Groan, creak. It began. The rope swung, slow, deliberate. 11:59 p.m. Taut, pulled, up. Bong! The sound vibrated through the soles of my boots. I looked down at Elara Vance's grave. Bong! The marker didn't move. Bong! As the third toll faded, a new sound cut through the silence. Not from the ground, from the church. A door creaked open, the heavy oak door of St. Sylvanus itself, untouched since I'd arrived, swung slowly, silently, inward. Darkness yawned within, and from that darkness a figure emerged. A woman, young, mid-20s, long dark hair, pale face, wearing simple jeans and a faded sweater. She walked with a slight limp, favoring her left leg. She didn't look at the tower. She walked straight to Elara Vance's grave. She knelt, placed a single wild white flower, a Queen Anne's lace, on the mound of fresh earth at the marker's base. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs. I knew with a certainty that stole my breath who she was. Elara Vance. Alive, grieving herself. She stayed for 5 minutes, then stood, brushed the dirt from her knees, and walked back to the church. The door closed softly behind her. No sound of a lock, just closure. The rope in the belfry hung slack. I didn't log it, not right away. The sexton's words burned in my mind. Do not interfere. But how do you not interfere with a woman mourning her own future grave? The next night, June 14th, the bell was silent. No groaning rope, no tolls. I watched Elara's grave all night. The marker stood upright. The 13 remained. Dawn came, weak light. I climbed down from the tower, my body stiff, my mind racing. I had to know. Protocol be damned. I walked to the church door. It opened easily. Inside, the air was cold, smelling of dust and old hymnals. Pews lined the center aisle. A simple altar, no electricity, just weak light from high, stained glass windows. And sitting in the front pew, staring at the altar, was Elara Vance. She looked exhausted, hollow-eyed. She didn't turn as I entered. Elara? My voice sounded loud, intrusive. She flinched, then slowly turned. Her eyes were red-rimmed but clear, intelligent, haunted. "You're the bell ringer," she said. Her voice was soft, raspy. "They sent a new one. Arthur Ellis, I saw you last night, at the grave." A flicker of pain crossed her face. "Yeah, I go every night, after it rings." The bell, it tolled for June 13th, but it's the 14th now. She looked down at her hands, twisting in her lap. "It tolls before, always before. St. Sylvanus. It doesn't mark the dead, Mr. Ellis. It marks the dying, the ones whose time is fixed, written." She gestured vaguely towards the tower. "The bell knows. It rings the day before, 3 tolls for the soul." "How?" The word came out strangled. She shrugged a small, helpless movement. "The Vance family were tied to this place since the beginning. The sexton's family, too, keepers of the stone, keepers of the bell." She looked up, her gaze piercing. "My mother, she knew. When the bell tolled for her, 3 nights running, she packed a suitcase, drove to the city, got hit by a bus on June 12th, bell tolled on the 11th. A tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. My grandfather, heart attack, right here in the pews. Bell tolled the night before. And you? June 13th came and went. A bitter smile touched her lips. The bell tolled. The marker got its date. I prepared, said goodbye to the world, waited. She tapped at left leg. This old injury. The doctor said it could flare, cause a clot, pulmonary embolism, quick, silent. She looked at the altar. I sat here all yesterday, waiting for the pain, the darkness. It didn't come. She turned back to me, her eyes wide with a terrifying mix of relief and dread. The bell was wrong. The word hung in the dusty air. Wrong. A sacred, ancient thing, a harbinger of absolute fate. Wrong. What happens, I whispered, when the bell is wrong? Ilara's face went utterly white. I don't know. It's never happened. The sexton, he'll know. He has to know. She stood up, swaying slightly. I have to find him. He lives down the old logging road, past the river bend. She started toward the door, then stopped, looking back at me, her expression pleading. Don't ring the noon bell today, Mr. Ellis. Please, just wait. She hurried out, vanishing into the pines. I stood alone in the silent church, the weight of her fear pressing down on me. Don't ring the noon bell. But the instructions were absolute. Perform daily noon chime. The contract, the money, the sexton's cold authority. Noon approached, 11:55, 11:58. I climbed the tower stairs. My legs felt like lead. The belfry seemed colder. The silent rope hung motionless. 11:59. I stood before the working rope, the worn wooden handle. My hand trembled. Pull it. Protocol. Duty. Don't pull it. Ilara's plea, the terror in her eyes, the blank space where fate had faltered. 12 hours. I closed my eyes and pulled. Bong. The single clear chime echoed out, a sound of order, of routine, of a world where rules held. It felt like a betrayal. The rope hadn't finished its swing back when the silent rope groaned. I spun. Groan, creak, groan. It swung, faster than before, agitated. Then, with a force that made the beam shudder, it went taut, pulled up. Not a slow, deliberate pull. A yank. The bell didn't toll. It screamed. A single, shattering, dissonant brrrr of tortured metal. A sound of pure agony that ripped through the tower, shattering 2 panes in the belfry windows, sending dust and splinters raining down. It wasn't a funeral knell. It was a wail, or a sound of wrongness, of violation. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound was inside my skull, vibrating my teeth, my bones. It lasted only 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity of pure sonic terror. Then, silence. Deeper, more absolute than any silence before. The rope hung slack, broken. The end that vanished into the beam was severed, a clean, sharp cut, as if sliced by a wire. The frayed hemp end dangled limp. From the cemetery below, a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. I stumbled to the window. Every grave marker in the cemetery, the old slate, the newer granite, had fractured, not tilted, shattered. Headstones lay in pieces. The earth between the graves was churned, heaved upwards in ragged mounds, as if something vast and furious had clawed its way towards the surface and been denied. And in the center of the chaos where Ilara Vance's grave had been, only a gaping hole, dark, empty, the granite marker, the fresh earth, the wildflower, gone, swallowed. The sexton's truck rattled into the clearing an hour later. He got out, his face grim, older than I remembered. He didn't look at the shattered cemetery. He walked straight to the tower, climbed the stairs without a word, and stood in the belfry doorway, looking at the severed rope. He picked up the broken end, his fingers tracing the clean cut. His voice, when he finally spoke, was devoid of its usual rasp. It was hollow, defeated. "You rang it." I had to. Protocol. Protocol is dust." He dropped the rope, looked at me, his river-stone eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. "The bell doesn't just announce the dying, boy. It anchors them. 3 tolls? It fixes the moment, makes it clean, peaceful, a door opening." He gestured towards the shattered cemetery. "When the bell is silent on the day, or when it is forced to ring when it should not." He shook his head. "The anchor fails. The door doesn't open. It shatters." "Elara?" "Gone," he said flatly. "Not dead. Unmade. The earth took back what the bell failed to release. No grave, no marker, no memory, just absence." He turned to leave, then paused. "Your duty is done, Mr. Ellis. Payment will be deposited. Leave today. Take the bus at noon." He started down the stairs, then stopped, his voice barely a whisper, drifting up. "The bell will be silent now. It has no more names to call. The list is broken." He left. I packed my duffel in numb silence. The bus came. I didn't look back at St. Sylvanus, at the Leaning Tower, at the field of broken stones. A week later, the money appeared in my account. $2,800 and an email. Final log entry required. Sexton. I opened the logbook, flipped past the entries of tolls and dates and terror. To the last page, I picked up the pen. My hand didn't shake. I wrote, "June 14th, 12 o'clock. Noon chime performed, bell subsequently malfunctioned, silent rope severed, catastrophic ground displacement observed in cemetery. One gravesite, Elara Vance, plot 47, fully excavated. Subject, Elara Vance. Status, unmade." I stopped, looked at the words. Unmade. Below it, I added one final line, "Not for the sexton, for myself, for the silence. The bell is quiet now." I closed the logbook. The weight of it felt different. Not a record of duty. A tombstone for a girl who never died, for a future that never was, for the terrible, hollow silence where a funeral bell should have rung. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The portrait above my bed slowly turns its head at night. The rent was suspiciously low, not just a little below market, laughably low. Historic character, the listing had said. Original fixtures, serene solitude. The photos showed a narrow 3-story row house in the oldest part of the city, wedged between buildings that leaned into each other like gossiping neighbors. My new home, or rather, my new cell. After the layoffs, my savings evaporated faster than morning mist, and this was the only thing I could afford that wasn't a converted storage unit or a shared bathroom nightmare in some crumbling flophouse. The owner, a woman named Mrs. Gable, who sounded like she gargled gravel, met me with a set of keys that felt unnaturally cold and heavy. She barely glanced at me, her eyes fixed on the top-floor apartment door. "3rd floor's yours. Mind the stairs? They groan. Don't touch the portrait in the bedroom. It's sensitive." She thrust the keys into my hand, turned on her heel, and was gone before I could ask what portrait she meant. The whole interaction lasted less than a minute. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of dust, old paper, and something else, faintly metallic, like dried blood, or perhaps just the rust from the ancient radiators. The apartment itself was cramped, but surprisingly intact. high ceilings, intricate crown molding blackened with age, and windows so grimy the daylight struggled to penetrate. The bedroom, tucked under the eaves at the very top, was the smallest room. It held a narrow bed, a rickety dresser, and one piece of furniture that immediately commanded attention. A tall, ornate wooden wardrobe that seemed to absorb the dim light. But it was the wall above the bed that froze me in the doorway. There, hanging slightly askew on the peeling floral wallpaper, was an oil painting, a portrait. It depicted a woman seated stiffly in a high-backed chair that looked like carved oak. She wore a severe black dress with a high collar that seemed to strangle her neck, buttoned all the way to her chin. Her hair was pulled back so tightly it must have ached, revealing a high, pale forehead and sharp cheekbones. Her eyes were the unsettling part. Large, dark, and painted with an almost photographic realism that made them seem to follow you as you moved. They weren't kind eyes. They were watchful, cold, calculating. A faint, humorless line suggested the ghost of a smile, but it didn't reach those obsidian eyes. She looked displeased, disappointed even. The painting itself was old, the canvas yellowed and cracked like dried mud, the frame heavy and carved with intricate thorny vines that seemed to writhe in the low light. This had to be the sensitive portrait. A shiver, unrelated to the room's chill, traced my spine. I'd sleep here tonight. I'd deal with it tomorrow. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The building settled with deep, groaning sighs. Pipes clanged like ghostly percussion in the walls. Wind whistled through unseen cracks around the window frame. But I was exhausted, physically and mentally drained from the move and the months of job hunting. I fell into a fitful sleep quickly, lulled by the rhythmic creak of the bed frame beneath me. I woke just before dawn, disoriented, my neck stiff from the thin pillow. Gray light filtered through the grimy window. As I blinked away sleep, my gaze drifted upwards, toward the portrait. My breath caught in my throat. It was facing me. Not directly, not head-on, but its angle had changed. When I'd gone to bed, the woman's face had been turned slightly away, her gaze directed towards the window, towards the wall. Now, her head was tilted just a few degrees more towards the center of the room, towards the bed, towards me. Her dark eyes seemed to hold a new intensity in the weak morning light, as if she'd been watching my sleep. My heart hammered against my ribs. Impossible, I told myself. Trick of the light. You were half asleep. The frame must have slipped on the nail. I got up, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. The change was subtle, but undeniable. The direction of her gaze had shifted. I reached up, my fingers trembling slightly, and touched the heavy frame. It was solidly fixed to the wall. No give, no sign it had moved. I tried to dismiss it. Old houses, settling walls. My own anxiety painting phantoms on the canvas. I spent the day hunting for work, the image of those watchful eyes lingering in the back of my mind. But the exhaustion returned that night, and I crawled into bed, deliberately avoiding looking at the portrait, focusing instead on the cracks in the ceiling until sleep claimed me. I woke to the sound of my own heartbeat. It was deep in the night, the kind of silence so profound it feels like pressure on your eardrums. The city's usual hum was absent, muffled by a thick fog that had rolled in off the river. I didn't know what had woken me. No sound, no movement, just a feeling. a prickle on the back of my neck. Slowly, dreading what I might see, I turned my head towards the wall above the bed. The portrait was facing me directly, head on. Those dark painted eyes were fixed on mine with unnerving precision. The slight, cruel curve of her lips seemed more pronounced in the gloom. The thorny vines on the frame looked sharper, more menacing. A wave of cold, deeper than the room's chill, washed over me. My skin crawled. This wasn't imagination. This wasn't a trick of the light. The painting had moved. While I slept, it had turned its head to look at me. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my veins. I scrambled out of bed, fumbling for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. The screen's harsh light made me squint, but I needed proof. I aimed a camera at the portrait. The image on the screen showed the woman, head on, eyes staring unblinkingly into the lens. I took a picture, then another. I checked the timestamp. 2:47 a.m. I didn't sleep again. I sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in the thin blanket, my eyes locked on the portrait, waiting for it to move again. It didn't. It just watched. The feeling of being observed was so intense it was physical, a weight pressing on my chest. Dawn felt like a reprieve. The next day I confronted Mrs. Gable. I found her in the dim, cluttered lobby, sorting through a stack of envelopes. "The portrait," I said, my voice tight. "In the bedroom. It's moving." She didn't look up. Her gnarled fingers kept sorting. "Moving? Nonsense!" But her voice lacked its usual gravelly confidence. There was a hesitation, a flicker of something, fear, in her rheumy eyes. "It's turning its head," I insisted, showing her the photo on my phone. "Look, at 2:47 this morning, it was facing the wall when I went to sleep." She peered at the screen, then looked away sharply, as if the image burned. "That's Eleanor Vance," she muttered, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Lived here in the 1890s, owned the whole building, died unhappily." She swallowed. "She didn't like guests, especially not in her room. She always said her portrait should watch over the space, keep things proper." She finally met my eyes, her gaze intense. "Don't look at it when you go to sleep. Don't acknowledge it. Just pretend it's not there. And for God's sake, don't take it down. She doesn't like that." She turned back to her envelopes, a clear dismissal. The conversation was over. Her warning only deepened the dread. Don't acknowledge it. But how could I not? Those eyes were a constant, silent accusation. I tried. I went to bed facing the wall, pulling the pillow over my head, but sleep was impossible. I could feel its gaze on the back of my skull, a cold, insistent pressure. On the third night, I couldn't take it. I got up, grabbed a large sheet I'd found in a closet, and threw it over the portrait, tucking the corners tightly around the frame until the entire painting was shrouded in dusty white linen. The relief was immediate, almost dizzying. The oppressive weight in the room lifted. I slept soundly for the first time since moving in. I woke to silence. Not the peaceful silence of before, but a thick, waiting quiet. And the sheet was on the floor, neatly folded as if someone had carefully removed it and placed it at the foot of the bed. The portrait was uncovered, and it was facing me again, not just head on. Its head was tilted slightly, the painted eyes narrowed, the ghost of a smile now looking distinctly smug. A fresh wave of terror, colder and more profound than before, washed over me. It wasn't just watching. It was reacting. It was offended. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the armchair I'd dragged into the bedroom, a baseball bat I'd bought that day resting across my lap, my eyes fixed on the portrait. The hours crawled by. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. The fog pressed against the window, muting the world outside into a silent gray void. The only sound was the frantic thudding of my own heart and the occasional groan of the old building. I must have dozed off, slumped in the chair for a moment. Just a moment. I woke with a jolt. The room was colder, much colder. My breath plumed in the air. And the portrait, it wasn't just turned towards me, it was leaning forward. The angle of the head was sharper, more aggressive. The painted eyes seemed darker, deeper, like pools of ink that could swallow you whole. The smug expression was gone, replaced by something far worse. Hunger. A cold, patient hunger. The thorny vines on the frame seemed to writhe subtly, as if straining against the wood. I couldn't stay. I couldn't. I gathered my few belongings in a frantic rush, stuffing clothes into my backpack. I avoided looking at the wall. I just needed to get out the door. As I shouldered the pack and turned towards the bedroom exit, my peripheral vision caught movement, not on the wall, on the canvas itself. The painted eyes had tracked me. They weren't fixed on the center of the room anymore. They were locked onto my moving form, following me as I headed for the door. A whimper escaped my lips. I ran. I didn't stop until I was 3 blocks away, leaning against a lamppost, gasping for breath in the damp night air. I'd sleep on a friend's couch, anywhere but there. But the next morning, bleary-eyed and hollow, I realized I'd left my wallet on the dresser, my ID, my last bit of cash, my only credit card. Groaning, I knew I had to go back, just for a minute. In the daylight, with sunlight streaming through the grimy windows, the apartment felt different, less threatening. The portrait hanging above the bed looked inert, just an old painting of a stern woman. The terror of the night seemed absurd in the clear light. "It's just paint and canvas," I told myself firmly. "You're being ridiculous." I grabbed the wallet from the dresser, my eyes deliberately averted from the wall. I was almost out the door when curiosity, that fatal human flaw, got the better of me. Just a quick look, to prove to myself it was nothing. I turned. The portrait was facing the window again, as it had been on the first night. Relief, warm and sweet, flooded me. It was over. My mind had played tricks in the dark. I'd imagined it all. I practically skipped down the 3 flights of stairs, the heavy front door of the building closing behind me with a solid thud. Freedom. That night, on my friend's lumpy sofa, I slept deeply, dreamlessly. No cold pressure, no watchful eyes, just blessed ordinary sleep. I stayed with my friend for a week, using the time to finally land a temp job, enough to scrape together first and last month's rent on a tiny ground-floor studio across town. A place with no portraits, no history, just clean walls and fluorescent lights. The night before I was due to move into my new place, I was packing the last of my things from my friend's apartment. It was late. Rain lashed against the windows. My friend was already asleep. I was alone in the living room, folding a sweater, when I felt it again. That prickle on the back of my neck, that cold pressure. My blood ran cold. I slowly turned my head. There, propped against the far wall, leaning in the shadowed corner behind my friend's bookshelf, was the portrait, Eleanor Vance. Her eyes, impossibly dark and real in the low lamplight, were fixed on me. Her head was tilted, at that familiar, hungry angle. The thorny vines on the frame seemed to pulse in the gloom. How? How? I hadn't brought it. I'd left it hanging in that cursed room. Panic, pure and icy, seized me. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off the painting. My friend's apartment door was behind me. I fumbled for the handle, my hand slick with sweat. I yanked it open and stumbled out into the dimly lit hallway, slamming the door shut and leaning against it, gasping. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the hallway, too terrified to go back in, too terrified to be alone anywhere else. Moving into the new studio was supposed to be my fresh start. I chose a plain, modern building with wide hallways and bright lights. My bedroom was small but spotless, with a single unadorned wall above the bed. Perfect. Safe. I slept deeply that first night, utterly exhausted, but finally free of the weight of those eyes. Or so I thought. I woke just before dawn. The room was filled with a soft, gray light. And there, hanging dead center on the blank wall above my new bed, was the portrait of Eleanor Vance. The heavy, thorny frame looked utterly out of place against the smooth beige paint. It hadn't been there when I went to sleep. I hadn't hung it. No one else had a key. My legs gave out. I slid down the wall onto the floor, staring up at the painting in numb horror. Her head wasn't just turned towards me. It was tilted forward, straining off the canvas. Her dark eyes held a terrifying new depth, a swirling vortex of cold malice and ancient hunger. The ghost of a smile was gone. Her painted lips were slightly parted, as if whispering secrets only the dead could hear. The air in the room was frigid, my breath a constant plume. And then, slowly, deliberately, the painted eyes blinked. A choked sob escaped me. I scrambled backwards on the floor until my back hit the opposite wall. The portrait watched me cower. It didn't need to move its head anymore. It was already looking directly at me, its presence a physical force in the small room. The hunger in its eyes wasn't just for attention. It was for something deeper, for warmth, for life, for the soul that animated the body lying frozen on the floor before it. The thorny vines on the frame seemed to writhe with a life of their own, stretching subtly towards the edge of the canvas, towards the room, towards me. The silence was absolute, thick with the promise of the cold that would never leave, the watchfulness that would never end. I was home, and she was finally, truly looking at me, not just watching, claiming. The slow turning of her head at night was over. Her gaze was fixed, permanent, and the chilling realization settled into my bones, colder than the air, colder than death. I would never look away again. She wouldn't allow it. The portrait above my bed didn't just turn its head. It had turned me. And now I belonged to the silence, to the cold, to those endless, hungry eyes that would watch forever from the wall. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. There's a child who keeps running through my hallway, but I don't have neighbors. The house wasn't supposed to feel like this. It was meant to be my sanctuary. After the divorce, the noise of the city apartment, the sirens, the arguing neighbors, the constant thump of bass from the club downstairs had frayed my nerves to raw wire. I needed silence, real silence, space to breathe, to think, to maybe finally finish the novel I'd been outlining for years. That's why I jumped on the listing for the old Miller place out on Hemlock Road. Cheap. Too cheap, my lawyer friend Sarah had warned me over lukewarm coffee. Places don't rent for half the market rate unless there's a reason, Maya. Mold, foundation issues, bad water. But the photos showed a sturdy, if slightly weathered, 2-story farmhouse on 5 acres of overgrown field and skeletal woods. The description promised peaceful isolation and room to roam. The owner, a reclusive elderly man named Mr. Armitage, communicated only through terse emails. He'd met me once, keys in hand, on a gray October afternoon. He'd barely looked me in the eye, his skin papery and stretched tight over sharp bones, his breath smelling faintly of camphor and damp earth. "Front door sticks when it rains," he'd rasped, thrusting the heavy brass key into my palm. "Well's dry. Use the cistern out back for washing. Don't go in the root cellar. Door's rotted shut anyway. Rent's due 1st of the month. Cash." He'd driven off in a dented pickup before I could ask about the well being dry or why the cistern water was only for washing. The silence after his truck disappeared down the gravel road was profound. No traffic hum, no distant voices, just the sigh of wind through the tall, dry grass and the creak of the porch swing hanging by one rusted chain. It felt like the edge of the world. It felt like exactly what I needed. Moving in was a blur of cardboard boxes and dust. The house smelled of old wood, neglect, and something else beneath it, a faint, sweetish scent, like forgotten apples left to rot in a cool basement. The floors were wide, scarred pine planks, uneven underfoot. The windows were small and deep-set, making the rooms feel perpetually dim, even at noon. My bedroom was at the end of the second-floor hallway, overlooking the tangled woods. The master bedroom at the front felt too big, too empty, too full of ghosts of the previous life I was trying to outrun. I chose the smaller room, cozier, safer. The first night, the silence was almost unnerving. No streetlights bled through the curtains, no headlights swept across the ceiling, just absolute velvety blackness. When I turned off the lamp, I lay there listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the old house settling, the groan of timbers, the tick of cooling pipes, the whisper of wind in the eaves. It was peaceful, utterly peaceful, until 3:17 a.m. Thump, 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 thump. It wasn't loud. Not at first. It was the sound of bare feet slapping quickly, rhythmically on the wooden hallway floor outside my bedroom door. A child's run, light, fast, purposeful. It started near the top of the stairs, sprinted past my closed door, the sound growing louder, clearer as it neared, then fading rapidly as it reached the end of the hall, near the boarded-up doorway that led to what Mr. Armitage had called the old nursery. Then silence. Sharp, sudden silence. I lay frozen, heart hammering against my ribs. Kids? But Mr. Armitage had been emphatic. Nearest neighbors a mile down the road, old Henderson Place, and he's deaf as a post. You'll have the place to yourself. I'd checked the property lines myself. Nothing but fields and woods in every direction. Coyotes? Too rhythmic? Too human? Raccoons in the walls? This was the hallway, solid wood floor. I told myself it was the house. Old pipes expanding, floorboards shifting with the temperature drop. My own exhaustion playing tricks. I pulled the thin blanket tighter, listening intently. Only the wind answered. I drifted back to sleep an hour later, convincing myself it was a dream. It happened again the next night. 3:14 a.m. Thump, 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 thump. Faster this time, closer to my door. I held my breath, straining to hear. No pause, no hesitation. just that relentless, light-footed sprint down the hall, stopping abruptly at the far end. This time, I heard a faint sound underneath the footsteps, a soft, breathy giggle, high-pitched, childlike. My skin prickled. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, the lumpen shape of my suitcase in the corner. I crept to the door, pressed my ear against the cool wood. Silence. I cracked it open an inch. The hallway was pitch black, thick with shadows. The air was noticeably colder out there than in my room. I shone the light down the hall. Nothing, just the peeling wallpaper, the closed doors of the other bedrooms, the dark rectangle of the stairs descending into gloom. I knelt, sweeping the beam across the floorboards. Near my door, the dust was disturbed, not smudged, clear, small footprints, bare feet, tiny, pointed towards the end of the hall, towards the boarded-up nursery door. My breath hitched. I backed into my room, locked the flimsy knob lock, a pathetic barrier, and spent the rest of the night propped against the headboard with the light on, jumping at every creak. The rationalization started crumbling. It wasn't the house. It wasn't animals. It was a child running. Every night, around 3 a.m., the time itself became a dread-filled countdown. I'd lie awake after midnight, tension coiling in my stomach, listening to the ordinary sounds of the night slowly fade, waiting for that first sharp thump that signaled the run. I started researching. Between unpacking boxes and forcing myself to write a few sentences a day, I drove the 10 miles to the county records office, the Miller place, built in 1898, owned by the Miller family until 1952. The clerk, a bored teenager chewing gum, pulled a microfiche from me. Grainy newspaper scans. A small article, 1923. Local tragedy. Young Thomas Miller, 6, drowns in cistern. My blood ran cold. The cistern, out back. The one Mr. Armitage said was for washing. The article was brief, formal. Thomas had been playing near the uncovered cistern while his mother tended the garden. He'd fallen in. They hadn't found him until dusk. The cistern was deep, lined with rough stone. The water was icy, even in summer. The coroner noted drowning due to accidental fall. No mention of neglect, just a terrible, ordinary accident. I stared at the faded photo of the stern-faced Miller parent standing beside a small coffin. Thomas had dark, curly hair, a gap-toothed smile. He looked like a happy kid. My hand shook as I copied the details. The date of death, October 17th, 1923. Almost exactly 100 years ago. The timing felt like a coincidence I couldn't ignore. That night, the run started at 3:01 a.m. Thump, 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 thump. Faster, harder. The giggling was clearer this time. Not joyful. It held a note of breathless panic. And right outside my door, the footsteps stopped. Dead stop. Silence. Heavy, waiting silence. I froze, the blanket pulled up to my chin, eyes wide in the dark. The doorknob rattled. Gently at first, then with more force. Click, click, click. The cheap lock held, but the wood around it groaned. A small voice, thin and wet-sounding, like someone talking underwater, seeped through the keyhole. Open. Door. Cold. Then the footsteps resumed, sprinting away down the hall, the giggling dissolving into a choked sob that faded into the silence near the nursery. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in bed until dawn painted the window gray. The image of that small drowned boy's face burned into my mind. Thomas Miller, trapped, cold, I avoided the cistern. It stood at the edge of the overgrown yard, a crumbling stone cylinder, covered by a rusted iron grate, crusted with moss and grime. I kept the back door locked. I bought a heavy-duty padlock for my bedroom door. It felt foolish, childish, but the fear was a physical thing, a cold stone in my gut. The runs continued, sometimes twice a night. The giggling was gone now, replaced by a ragged breathing, the slap of wet feet on the wood. The footprints outside my door were often damp, leaving faint, dark smudges on the dusty floorboards. One morning, I found a trail of tiny, glistening droplets leading from the top of the stairs all the way to the boarded-up nursery door. They smelled faintly of stagnant water and wet wool. I tried talking to Mr. Armitage. I drove to the P.O. box he'd given me. No answer. I called the number he'd provided. It was disconnected. Panic started to edge out the fear. I was truly alone here, with Thomas, or whatever was left of him. The cold became the worst part. It wasn't just the night air. It was a deep, penetrating chill that seeped into the house around 2:45 a.m. No matter how high I cranked the ancient oil heater in the living room, it centered in the hallway. My bedroom felt like a refrigerator by 3 a.m. One night, as the footsteps approached, slower this time, dragging slightly, I saw my breath mist in the beam of my flashlight as I peered through the keyhole. The hallway was fogged with cold vapor, and there, just for an instant, standing halfway down the hall, was a shape, small, hunched, wearing what looked like a sodden, old-fashioned nightshirt that clung to thin limbs. Dark, wet hair plastered to a pale, indistinct face. It wasn't looking at my door. It was staring down at its own bare feet, dripping dark water onto the floor. Then it was gone, vanished, before the run even started. But the cold remained, and the puddle on the floorboards grew larger. I stopped sleeping in my bed. I dragged the mattress into the living room, barricaded the flimsy interior doors with chairs, and slept on the floor near the sputtering heater. The running didn't stop. It just changed direction. Now it started near the closed-off nursery, sprinted past the stairs, and stopped right outside the living room door. Thump, 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 thump. Silence. The doorknob would rattle. The wet, gurgling whisper would come. Cold, so cold. Let me in. I'd press my back against the mattress, pulling my knees to my chest, tears freezing on my cheeks from the unnatural chill radiating through the door. One night, the rattling stopped. Silence. Then a new sound, a soft, rhythmic scritch-scratch against the bottom of the door, like fingernails, tiny fingernails, dragging slowly back and forth across the wood. I shone my light under the door, not fingernails. Small, muddy handprints were appearing on the pale wood of the door, one after another, slowly creeping upwards. I screamed, a raw animal sound that tore from my throat. The scratching stopped instantly. The cold receded like a tide pulling back. Dawn came, gray and unwelcome. The handprints were gone, but the wood felt unnaturally damp under my fingers. I had to leave, pack the car and go, but the thought of driving away in the dark down that long tree-lined driveway with its deep shadows filled me with a different kind of terror. What if he followed me? What if the cold came with me? I decided to wait for daylight. Just one more day. I spent it cleaning frantically, trying to reclaim the house, opening all the windows to air out the pervasive smell of damp and that sickly sweet rot. I even ventured near the cistern, peering through the grime on the grate, dark, Still water far below, no sound, no movement, just an icy breath rising from its depths. That night, the cold hit earlier. 1:30 a.m., a deep, marrow-freezing chill that made my teeth chatter, even under 3 blankets on the living room floor. The footsteps didn't come down the hall. They were inside the living room, soft at first, pattering around the edges of the room near the cold fireplace, then closer, circles around my mattress. I lay rigid, eyes squeezed shut, the beam of my flashlight pointed uselessly at the ceiling. The wet footprints were right beside me now. I could feel the dampness radiating off them. The cold intensified, a physical pressure on my chest. A small, wet hand landed on my ankle. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The skin where it touched burned with cold. A voice, no louder than a sigh, right beside my ear, thick with water. "You see me, now you stay, cold with me." The hand squeezed, ice flooded my veins. I blacked out. I woke to weak morning light streaming through the living room window. My ankle ached with a deep, bone-cold throb. There was a ring of faint, bluish bruises around it, shaped like small fingers. And on the dusty floor beside the mattress, clear as anything, were 3 perfect tiny bare footprints leading from the hallway archway straight to where I'd been sleeping. They ended at the edge of the blanket. I packed in a frenzy, throwing clothes into suitcases, not caring about folding, not caring about anything but getting out. I didn't bother locking doors behind me. I just ran to the car, threw the bags in the back, and peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying like shrapnel. I didn't look back until I was 2 miles down the county road. In the rearview mirror, the Miller place was a small, huddled shape against the gray dawn sky. But in the upstairs window of the room, I tried to make my own. The small room overlooking the woods, the curtains were drawn back. And pressed against the glass, leaving a foggy circle in the condensation, was the pale, blurred face of a small boy. His dark, wet hair clung to his forehead. His eyes were wide, black pools reflecting no light. His mouth was slightly open as if about to speak or scream or giggle. He raised a small dripping hand and pressed it flat against the window pane. Just before the trees swallowed the house from view, I saw his lips move. I couldn't hear it over the engine, but I knew the words, the same words that had seeped under my door for weeks. Cold, so cold. I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town, a room with thin walls, a flickering neon sign outside the window, and a constant thrum of traffic on the highway. It was noisy, it was bright, it was alive. I locked the flimsy door, shoved a chair under the knob, and collapsed on the bed, exhausted but finally warm. I slept for 10 hours straight. No footsteps, no whispers, no cold spots. Just the blessed, mundane sounds of a world that hadn't drowned a century ago. I started looking for a new apartment immediately, a ground floor unit, in the city, with neighbors close enough to hear me scream. I felt almost safe, almost human again. 2 nights ago, I took a long, hot shower, the steam fogging the mirror, washing away the lingering scent of old wood and damp earth that seemed to cling to my skin. I toweled off, wrapped in warmth and the smell of cheap motel soap. As I bent to pick up my discarded clothes from the bathroom floor, I froze. My breath caught in my throat. There, on the slightly damp linoleum tile, right beside the bath mat, were 3 tiny, perfect bare footprints, leading from the shower drain to the closed bathroom door. The air in the small room dropped 10 degrees in an instant. The steam on the mirror swirled, forming a single, dripping word. Mine. The neon sign outside cast a pulsing red glow under the door. In that bloody light, the brass doorknob began to turn, slowly, deliberately. The cheap lock clicked open. The door creaked inward, revealing only the dark motel hallway beyond. But the cold that rushed in wasn't from outside. It carried the scent of deep, stagnant water and wet wool. And from the darkness of the hall, just beyond the threshold of my room, I heard the soft, wet slap of bare feet on linoleum. Thump, thump, thump. Getting closer. The giggle came next, breathless, gurgling, right outside my bathroom door. I backed into the corner, the cold tile biting through my thin pajamas, my eyes fixed on the empty doorway. The red neon light pulsed. Thump, thump. It stopped. Silence. Then a small dripping hand slid around the doorframe, pale, blue-veined, reaching for the light switch. The bathroom plunged into darkness. The only sound was the drip of water from the faucet I'd left running, and the wet, ragged breathing getting closer in the dark. I don't have neighbors here, but I'm not alone. The cold is always with me now. It's in my bones, in my breath, in the footprints that appear on every floor I stand on. Thomas isn't in that old house on Hemlock Road. He's wherever I am. He's waiting for me to stop running. He's waiting for me to get cold enough to stay. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. Someone keeps leaving wet footprints beside my bed on the second floor. The house stood alone on the cliff edge, a hulking silhouette of weathered gray shingles and sagging porches against the perpetually stormy sky of the Pacific Northwest. Seabreeze Cottage, the listing had called it, a name dripping with ironic cheerfulness. The photos showed a cozy, if rustic, two-bedroom perched dramatically above the churning gray waters of the Salish Sea. The price was shockingly low for the location. Owner relocating urgently, the note said. Desperation, my own kind, fueled by a toxic breakup and the suffocating confines of my old city apartment, overruled the usual caution. My savings, bolstered by a small inheritance I've been saving for something better, felt like a shield. I could afford this isolation. I needed it to heal, to breathe, to forget. Mrs. Gable, the owner, met me on the rain-slicked gravel drive. She was a woman carved from the same gnarled wood as the driftwood littering the beach below, small, wiry, with eyes the color of the sea on a cloudy day, sharp and assessing. She handed me the keys without a word, her gaze fixed on the second-floor window above the porch. "Back door sticks," she rasped, her voice like stones grinding together. "Well, water's brackish. Use bottled for drinking. Don't go in the attic. Roof's unstable." She turned to leave, then paused, her eyes finally meeting mine. "And the beach. Stay off it after dark. The tide. It's hungry." Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone, her ancient pickup vanishing down the muddy track in a spray of gravel. The inside smelled of salt, damp wool, and wood smoke, a comforting, if slightly stale blend. The ground floor was functional, a small kitchen with a temperamental stove, a living room dominated by a stone fireplace blackened with soot, and a narrow staircase leading up. My bedroom was at the front, the one with the view of the endless, restless ocean. It was small, dominated by a heavy iron bedstead with a sagging mattress. The air was colder here, carrying the constant low roar of the surf, And the smell, beneath the salt and wood smoke, there was a faint, persistent tang of brine like seaweed left to rot in the sun. I unpacked slowly, the crash of waves a constant rhythmic counterpoint to my thoughts. The silence, when the wind dropped, was profound, but it never felt empty. It felt occupied. The first morning, I woke to the weak gray light filtering through the thin curtains, and to the footprints. They were right beside the bed, on the worn, faded rug, not on the wooden floor, but clearly imprinted on the rug. Small, bare feet, and unmistakably wet. Not just damp, deeply saturated, leaving dark spreading stains on the pale fabric, the edges beaded with moisture that hadn't yet evaporated. The prints were close together, as if whoever made them had been standing very still, perhaps looking down at me while I slept. My heart slammed against my ribs. I scrambled out of bed, backing away. Impossible. The house was miles from any neighbor. Mrs. Gable was gone. The only entrance was the front and back doors downstairs, both locked from the inside. And this was the second floor. How? Raccoons? I'd heard them in the walls sometimes, but raccoons didn't leave distinct human-like footprints. And they certainly didn't climb 2 flights of stairs just to stand silently beside my bed and get the rug wet. I told myself it was a nightmare, a trick of the light on a damp rug. Maybe I'd tracked in seawater unknowingly. But I hadn't been to the beach. I hadn't even been outside except to carry in my bags. I spent the day cleaning the rug with towels, the damp patch stubbornly resistant, the smell of salt stronger in that spot. That night, I slept with the light on, every nerve ending prickling. I heard nothing but the wind and the waves. In the morning, the rug was dry, no footprints. Relief, warm and sweet, washed over me. Just stress, just your imagination running wild in this isolated place. It happened again 3 nights later. 3:17 a.m. I woke with a jolt, my skin prickling with the sudden intense feeling of being watched. The room was freezing, far colder than the usual chill. My breath plumed in the air, and there they were, fresh, darker this time. The wetness hadn't just stained the rug, it had soaked through, leaving damp patches on the wooden floor beneath. And the prints? They were closer to the bed, almost touching the edge of the mattress. I could see the distinct outline of the ball of the foot, the heel, the 5 separate toes. Small? Child-sized? The salt smell was overpowering, mixed now with the sharp, clean scent of ozone like after a lightning strike. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just stared at those impossible wet marks on the rug, feeling the icy dread seep into my bones. They weren't just there. They felt deliberate, as if whoever left them wanted me to see them, wanted me to know they'd been standing there watching me sleep. I called Mrs. Gable the next day. The number was disconnected. I drove to the P.O. box listed on the lease. Empty. Panic, cold and slick, started to coil in my gut. I was truly alone here, with whatever was leaving those footprints. I started checking the house obsessively, locking the interior door at the bottom of the stairs at night, placing flour on the landing to catch tracks. Nothing. The flour remained undisturbed. The footprints only appeared beside my bed, on the rug, always after I'd been asleep for hours. The cold spots always preceded them, a sudden, localized drop in temperature that made my teeth chatter, centered right beside the bed. And the sound, sometimes just before I woke, I'd hear it. Not footsteps, A soft, rhythmic drip, 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 like water falling from a wet sleeve onto the floor. But there was never any water on the floor, only the prints on the rug. Research became my obsession. Between staring out at the churning sea and trying to write, my notebook remained mostly blank, I scoured the local library's microfiche. Seabreeze Cottage, built 1890s, owned by the Henderson family for generations. Fishing family, tragedy, 1921. Newspaper headline, local fisher boy, 8, swept away during storm. The article was brief, grim. Young Thomas Henderson had been playing on the rocks below the cottage when a rogue wave, larger than the others, had snatched him from the shore. They never found the body. The cottage stood empty for years after that, the article noted, before being sold. My blood ran cold. Thomas Henderson, 8 years old, swept out to sea, and the footprints, they were small, child-sized. The salt smell, the drip of seawater, the cold that felt like the deep ocean, Mrs. Gable's warning, the tide, it's hungry. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the armchair by the window, a heavy blanket around my shoulders, a flashlight and a kitchen knife on the small table beside me, my eyes fixed on the patch of rug beside the bed. The storm outside intensified, rain lashing the windows, wind howling around the eaves like a banshee. The roar of the surf was deafening, a hungry pounding rhythm that vibrated through the floorboards. The cold came around 2:30 a.m., not gradual, a sudden bone-deep chill that made the blanket feel like tissue paper. My breath fogged thickly. I gripped the knife handle, my knuckles white. Plink! A single drop of water hit the rug beside the bed, dark spot blooming instantly. Plink! Another. Closer. The air grew thicker, heavier, saturated with the smell of the sea, not just salt, but the deep, cold, mineral smell of the open ocean, mixed with the rotting sweetness of kelp and the sharp tang of brine. The temperature plummeted further. My teeth chattered uncontrollably. I shone the flashlight towards the spot. Nothing, just the darkening wet patch on the rug. Then I saw it, not a shape, a displacement. The air above the wet spot shimmered like heat haze off asphalt, but cold, and within that shimmer 2 small bare feet materialized, hovering just above the rug, dripping dark water. They weren't solid, not exactly, more like dense fog given form, constantly dripping, the water sizzling faintly as it hit the rug, leaving the dark, spreading stains. The feet turned slowly, as if the unseen presence was looking towards me in the chair. The dripping intensified. Plink, plink, plink. A voice, not a sound in the room. It came from inside my own head, thin and watery, echoing with the hollow emptiness of deep water. Cold, it gurgled, the word thick with swallowed seawater. So cold down there. Bring me back. Terror, pure and icy, locked my muscles. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. The shimmering feet took a step forward, leaving a fresh, dark imprint on the rug. Another step. Closer to the bed, closer to me. The cold intensified, a physical pressure on my chest. The voice came again, more urgent, more desperate. Warmth. Need warmth. You have warmth. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears freezing on my cheeks. It's not real. It's the storm. It's grief. It's your mind. But the cold was real. The smell was real. The wet spot on the rug was spreading under the invisible feet. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the storm's roar and the gurgling voice. A sharp, insistent crack, like old wood splitting under immense pressure. It came from the attic, directly above my bedroom. Mrs. Gable's warning echoed, "Roof's unstable." But this didn't sound like the roof. It sounded like something inside. The attic was straining against the floorboards. The dripping stopped. The intense cold receded slightly like a tide pulling back. The shimmering feet flickered, then vanished. The voice inside my head whispered, filled with sudden terror, "He's awake! He's coming down!" Then silence. The storm raged on, but the unnatural cold in the room lessened. Dawn came, gray and dripping. The wet footprints on the rug were still there, dark and accusing, and the patch of floor beneath them was colder to the touch than any other spot in the house. I avoided the attic. I avoided the stairs leading to it. I spent days jumping at every creak, every groan of the old house. The footprints came less frequently, but the cold spots remained, always strongest near the bed, always accompanied by that faint, watery gurgle if I stayed still long enough. The presence felt wary, waiting, watching from the deep. One rain-lashed afternoon, desperate for something, anything to break the tension, I pried open the trapdoor to the attic. Dust motes danced in the weak light from the single, grimy dormer window. The air was thick with the smell of dry rot and mouse droppings. It was mostly empty, cobwebbed rafters, a few broken crates. But in the far corner, tucked under the eaves, was a small child's rocking horse. Its paint was peeling, one glass eye missing, the remaining one staring blankly into the gloom, and draped over its saddle was a small sodden sailor's cap. The blue wool dark with salt and age, Thomas Henderson's cap. The air in the attic grew instantly cold, the smell of the sea flooding in, overpowering the dust. I scrambled back down, slamming the trapdoor shut, my heart in my throat. That night, the footprints didn't just appear beside the bed. They were everywhere, leading from the top of the stairs to the bed, circling the bed, leading to the window and back. Small, frantic, overlapping wet prints covering the entire rug, soaking deep into the floorboards. The cold was a physical force, making the iron bed frame feel like ice. The dripping was constant. Plink, 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 plink. A frantic rhythm. And the voice was no longer a whisper. It was a chorus of wet, gurgling pleas, overlapping, desperate. Cold. Bring me back. He's coming. Need warmth. Don't let him take me back to the wet dark. I huddled under the blankets, the knife clutched in my hand, tears streaming down my face. The storm outside reached a fever pitch, the wind screaming like a thing in agony. And then, from the attic, came the sound again. Not a crack this time, a slow, heavy drag, like something wet and immensely heavy being pulled across the floorboards. Scrape, drip, scrape, drip, moving towards the attic stairs. The dripping beside the bed stopped abruptly. The wet footprints seemed to shrink back, as if recoiling. The gurgling pleas turned to a single, high-pitched whimper of pure terror. He's here. The trapdoor at the top of the stairs rattled violently, not from the wind, from the other side. Something was trying to push it open. The heavy bolt I'd added myself held, but the wood groaned in protest. Rain lashed the windows, the storm raged, and from the other side of the bolted trapdoor a new sound emerged, deep, guttural, wet, like stones grinding together under fathoms of water, a sound of immense age and bottomless hunger. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of the deep ocean itself, given a terrible grinding voice. It vibrated through the floorboards, shaking the bed. The cold in the room became absolute, stealing the breath from my lungs, frosting the inside of the windows. The wet footprints on the rug began to fade, not drying, but dissolving, as if being sucked back into the fabric of the house. The last thing I saw before I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for dawn, was the dark stain on the rug beside the bed, slowly forming into the shape of a small, outstretched hand, fingers grasping at the air, before vanishing entirely. I left at first light. I didn't pack. I just ran. I drove until the ocean was a distant memory, checked into a sterile, brightly lit hotel room with thick walls and the constant hum of traffic. I felt safe, warm. The salt smell was gone. For 2 nights, I slept deeply, dreamlessly. Last night, I woke to the sound of dripping, slow, rhythmic, plink, plink, plink. My blood turned to ice. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly, I turned my head toward the floor beside the hotel bed. There, on the clean beige industrial carpet, were 3 perfect tiny bare footprints, dark, wet, leading from under the bed, and the air around them was frigid, carrying the faint, unmistakable tang of deep salt water and rotting kelp. On the nightstand, my phone lit up with a notification, not from a person, from a local news alert. Coastal alert, unusually high tide, expected tonight in Seabreeze area, residents urged to avoid beaches. The dripping continued. Plink, plink, plink. Closer to the bed now, the cold was spreading, and from the darkness under the hotel bed, a thin, watery voice gurgled inside my skull, filled with a terror that mirrored my own. He followed me. He followed me through the wet. He's hungry for warmth. He's coming up. The hotel room door handle began to turn, slowly, deliberately. The lock clicked open. The door creaked inward, revealing only the dimly lit hallway. But the smell of the deep ocean flooded the room, and the dripping sound was no longer just beside the bed. It was coming from the hallway, wet, heavy footsteps, slow, dragging, getting closer. The hunger of the tide doesn't stay at the shore. It follows the lost. And it always, always finds its way back to the warmth. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. I rented a house, and the previous tenant's voicemail started playing on my phone. Dated after their death. The rental listing called it a fixer-upper with character. The realtor, a woman named Brenda, with aggressively cheerful lipstick and eyes that darted away whenever I asked about the price, called it a steal. It was a steal. Half the cost of a shoebox apartment in the city, nestled at the end of a weedy driveway on the outskirts of Cedar Hollow, a town that seemed to exist only in the rearview mirror of people driving toward somewhere better. The house itself was a squat 1970s ranch with aluminum siding the color of dried mustard, sagging gutters choked with pine needles, and a backyard that sloped steeply down to the edge of Blackwater Pond, a murky, forgotten body of water. Locals avoided after dusk. The air smelled of damp earth and something vaguely chemical, like old paint thinner. But it had space. Space for my drafting table, my half-finished architectural models, and the crushing silence I needed after Mom's funeral. Grief, I'd learned, was a noisy ghost. I thought isolation would starve it. The lease was signed with suspicious speed. Brenda handed me a heavy brass key and a slip of paper with the utilities transferred to my name. "Phones included," she'd chirped, tapping the wall beside the kitchen doorway where an ancient beige landline phone hung on a plastic cradle. Cedar Hollow Telephone Co. still got a few old lines like this. Reliable. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Previous tenant, Sarah Jennings, moved out sudden-like, left the number active, saves you the hassle of setting up new service. She practically sprinted back to her SUV before I could ask why Sarah had left so suddenly. The key felt cold and heavy in my palm as I watched her taillights vanish down the dirt road. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The house settled with groans and pops that echoed in the hollow rooms. The wind whistled through gaps in the window frames. And the phone, it sat silent, a bulky, corded relic with a rotary dial that felt alien under my fingertips. I ignored it, unpacking boxes by the weak light of a single lamp, the scent of dust and old carpet thick in the air. Sleep came fitfully, tangled with dreams of hospital machines beeping and the smell of antiseptic. I woke to the phone ringing. It was jarring, that shrill, mechanical, burring, slicing through the gray dawn light. I stumbled out of bed, padding down the narrow hallway in my socks, heart pounding. Who could be calling? I hadn't given anyone the number. I lifted the heavy receiver, the plastic cool against my ear. Hello? Silence. Then a hiss of static, and a woman's voice, young but strained, speaking with the clipped cadence of a voicemail greeting. Hey, it's me. You know what to do. Click. I frowned. A wrong number? Probably Sarah's old contacts. I hung up, rubbing my eyes. The phone sat innocuously on its cradle, the dial tone humming faintly before going silent. I made coffee, the mundane ritual calming my frayed nerves. It was just a glitch, an old line, nothing more. It happened again that evening and the next morning. Always the same message, always the static, always ending with that flat click. Annoyed, I finally pressed the blinking message button on the phone's base after the third call. A robotic female voice announced, "You have one new message. First message." Then Sarah Jennings' voice, clearer, now slightly breathless. "Mark, you missed my call again. I know you're there. I saw your truck pull in. Please pick up. I need to talk to you about the pond, about what I saw last night. It's important." Another pause, filled with static that sounded like rain on water. "Just call me back. Please." Click. I deleted it. Who was Mark? None of my business. But the mention of the pond sent a prickle down my spine. I'd avoided looking at it since arriving. The water had a sickly, stagnant sheen, and the trees around it leaned inward like mourners. That afternoon, while trying to wrestle a box spring through the narrow front door, I mentioned the calls to Mrs. Gable, the elderly widow who lived in the only other house on the road, half a mile up the hill. She'd been sweeping her porch, a frail figure in a floral housecoat. "Oh, honey," she said, her broom stopping mid-sweep, her eyes, sharp and clouded with cataracts, fixed on me. "That's Sarah's number, poor girl." She lowered her voice. "Drowned. Last October, right out there in Blackwater Pond. They found her boots on the bank, laces neatly tied, never found her coat or her phone." She shook her head slowly. "Such a quiet girl. Worked at the library, kept to herself. Family lived out of state, couldn't afford to ship her things, I reckon. Brenda just cleared it out, left the phone line active. Cheap, I guess." She patted my arm, her skin papery thin. "You best get that number changed, dear. Cedar Hollow Telephone Co. can be slow, but they'll do it. Don't answer it. Don't listen to those messages. Some silences, they ain't meant to be filled." Her words clung to me like cobwebs. That night, the phone didn't ring. Relief washed over me. Maybe it had stopped. I cooked a simple meal, the only sounds the sizzle of onions and the wind sighing around the eaves. Then, just as I was washing dishes, the phone rang again. Sharp. Insistent. Against my better judgment, I answered. Static. Then Sarah's voice, closer now, the breathiness gone, replaced by a chilling calm. You deleted my message. I heard the tone. A pause. The static deepened, filled with a low, wet gurgle like water draining from a sink. I'm not Mark. I know you're not Mark. I know you're the new one, the one who runs from quiet houses and quiet graves. Her voice dropped, almost intimate. You left your mother alone too, didn't you? In the end, you were on that bus to Chicago when she slipped away. I can hear it in your silence. Ice flooded my veins. I dropped the receiver. It dangled by its cord, swinging slightly. Sarah's voice still whispering from the plastic shell. Just like I left my boots on the bank. We both know what it's like to walk away. I yanked the cord from the wall socket, the voice cutting off mid-sentence. My hand shook violently. How could she know? Only my sister knew about the bus ticket, the missed call from the hospice, the crushing guilt that had driven me to this decaying house at the edge of a haunted pond. It was impossible. A cruel coincidence. A sick trick by some telemarketer who dug up my past. But Mrs. Gable's words echoed, Don't listen to those messages. I drove into town the next morning, the tires crunching on the gravel road. Cedar Hollow Telephone Coquers was a single room in the back of the post office, manned by a man named Earl with grease-stained overalls and a permanent squint. I explained about the wrong numbers, the voicemails from a deceased tenant, my need for a new number. He listened patiently, tapping a pencil on a ledger. Sarah Jennings, he sighed, not looking up. Yeah, tragic business, real quiet girl, always paid her bill on time. He flipped pages. Thing is, Missy, that line, it's not just Sarah's number, it's the line for this property. Been active since the house was built. Cedar Hollow Telco? Well, we don't got the parts to rewire a new line out that far. Not anymore. Budget cuts. He finally looked at me, his eyes kind, but helpless. You can get a cell phone, or just don't plug the old one in. Let the messages pile up. They'll stop coming after a while. Ghosts get tired, I reckon. He gave a humorless chuckle. Or the phone company cuts the service after 6 months of no payment. Whichever comes first. Defeated, I bought a cheap prepaid cell phone at the gas station. I unboxed it in the car, my hand still trembling. Back at the house, I kept the landline unplugged, coiled neatly on the kitchen counter like a dead snake. The silence felt fragile, precious. For 3 days, it held. I focused on work, sketching designs for a community center renovation, the rhythmic scratch of my pencil, a comfort. The pond remained hidden behind the overgrown slope. I almost believed Earl, almost. On the 4th night, the power went out. Not just my house. The whole hollow plunged into a thick, starless dark. The wind had been rising all afternoon, howling through the pines like a banshee. Rain lashed the windows. I fumbled for flashlights, cursing. Then, in the sudden, oppressive quiet between gusts, I heard it. From the kitchen, the burring of the landline phone, even unplugged. I stood frozen in the hallway, flashlight beam cutting a shaky path toward the kitchen doorway. The ringing echoed in the powerless dark, impossibly loud. It rang 7 times, 8. On the 9th ring, I crept forward, the beam trembling over the dust motes dancing in the air. The phone sat on its cradle. The cord was still unplugged, dangling free, but the ringer was vibrating visibly against the plastic base. Brrring, brrring. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I backed away slowly, retreating to my bedroom, locking the flimsy door. I sat on the edge of the bed, flashlight pointed at the door, listening to the relentless ringing echo through the powerless house. It stopped abruptly on the 12th ring. Silence crashed back, heavier than before. Then, faintly, from the kitchen came the sound of the dial tone, a steady electronic hum in the dark. It lasted exactly 30 seconds. Then a click, and Sarah's voice transmitted through the unplugged receiver, clear as ice water in the silence. "Power's out, just like that night. The night I walked down to the pond." Mark wasn't answering his phone either. He was gone. They all were gone. Family, friends, just gone. Left me with this house, this silence. Her voice hitched, a wet, ragged sound. I thought if I left my boots on the bank, maybe they'd come back for them. Maybe they'd come back for me. But the water was so cold, so quiet. It pulled me down and down and down. And it listened. It listened to all the words I never said to Mark. All the words I never said to anyone. A long pause, filled with static, that sounded like bubbles rising through deep water. You have words like that, too. I hear them in your breathing when you sleep, in the way you stare at the pond. You think this house is a refuge? It's a grave. My grave. And graves, they fill up. The dial tone returned, harsh and final. Psst. Then silence. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in the dark until dawn bled gray light through the window. The power was still out. The phone sat silent on the counter. I packed a small bag with essentials, my wallet, the prepaid phone, my mother's locket. I was leaving. Right then. I'd sleep in my car at a motel 20 miles away. But as I walked to the front door, keys in hand, I saw them. On the linoleum floor of the hallway, leading from the kitchen toward the back door that opened onto the slope down to the pond. Footprints. Not dirt, not mud. Water. Small bare footprints glistening faintly in the dawn light. They started at the kitchen doorway where the phone hung and trailed across the floor, disappearing under the back door. Each print was perfectly formed, the arch, the toes, the heel, and they were warm to the touch when I knelt, trembling, to feel one, like skin. I locked the back door. I barricaded it with a heavy armchair. I went back to the kitchen, staring at the unplugged phone. It was a conduit, a tether, and it was hungry. That afternoon, with the power still out and the rain still falling in sheets, I drove back to Mrs. Gable's house. I needed answers. I needed to know about Mark, about what Sarah saw at the pond. Mrs. Gable let me in, her face grim when she saw my pale, rain-streaked face. She made tea in a chipped pot, the steam fogging her glasses. "Knew you'd be back," she said softly, stirring honey into my cup with a shaky hand. "That house, it don't let go easy. Sarah wasn't right after Mark left. Summer before it happened. He was her cousin, you know. Lived with her after his divorce. Quiet man. Worked nights at the mill. Then he just up and vanished. No note. Took his truck, left his boots by the door." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves. "Sarah started going down to the pond every evening, talking to herself. Said she saw lights under the water, shapes moving, said the pond was calling to her. telling her secrets. Mrs. Gable leaned forward, lowering her voice. They found Mark's truck a week after abandoned on Route 9, keys in the ignition, his wallet on the seat, no sign of him. Just like Sarah's boots, just waiting. She looked at me, her eyes sharp. That pond, it's old, older than this town. Folks say it's got a memory. It holds things, people, words, especially the ones spoken in the dark, in the quiet. Sarah's voice, it wasn't just on the phone. That line runs right past the old septic drain field down near the pond's edge. The wires are soaked through, rotted. Maybe the water got into the lines. Maybe it carried her voice up. She reached out, her hand covering mine. You gotta break the connection, child. Not just the phone, the silence between you and your grief. That's what it's feeding on. It's not Sarah, not really. It's the thing in the pond wherein her voice, it wants your quiet places. Her words echoed in my head all the way back. Break the connection. I parked in the driveway, the rain finally easing to a drizzle. The house looked darker, hunched. I walked around to the back, ignoring the boarded-up door. The slope down to Blackwater Pond was slick with mud. I picked my way carefully, weeds grabbing at my jeans. The pond was a sheet of oily black glass, the surface broken only by the occasional drip from the overhanging branches. The air smelled thickly of decay and wet stone. At the water's edge, half buried in the mud, was a single waterlogged work boot. Mark's boot? Sarah's? I didn't touch it. I just stood there, the locket cold against my chest, finally whispering the words I'd carried for months, the words I'd run from. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have been there. I was scared of the quiet in that room, scared of watching you fade. I ran all the way here. The words felt raw, exposed. The pond's surface rippled, though there was no wind. That night, the phone didn't ring. The silence was profound, almost peaceful. I almost believed it was over. I plugged in a lamp. The sudden light harsh in the living room. I was sketching, trying to lose myself in lines and angles, when the prepaid cell phone on the table buzzed. Unknown number. My blood froze. I shouldn't answer, but my thumb swiped the screen before I could stop it. Hello? My voice was a whisper, static. Then Sarah's voice, but distorted, underwater, gurgling with each word. You went to the pond. You spoke. It heard you. A wet, sucking sound filled the line. It's hungry for your words now, hungrier than for mine. It wants the weight you carry, the quiet inside you. It wants to fill you. Her voice sharpened, cutting through the static. Look behind you. I spun around, flashlight beam slashing through the dim room. Nothing, just the empty armchair, the rain-streaked window. I breathed out, shaky with relief. You're not real, I whispered into the phone. You're just static, just water in the wires. A low, bubbling laugh came through the line. Water in the wires? No. Water in the ground. Water in the bones. I'm not in the phone, Alara. She used my name. No one here knew my name. I'm in the silence between the rings, in the hollow where your grief lives. Mark tried to run too. He got in his truck, drove until the gas ran out. But the silence followed him. It always follows. Her voice dropped to a whisper that seemed to come from the room itself, not the phone. You unplugged the phone, but you didn't unplug the house. You didn't unplug the pond. You're standing in my grave, and graves, they take what's left behind. The line went dead. The dial tone on the old landline phone across the room suddenly blared to life, loud and shrill in the silent house. I dropped the cell phone. It clattered on the floor. The landline kept ringing, that harsh electronic shriek tearing through the night. I backed away toward the front door, fumbling for my keys. As I turned the knob, the ringing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, too absolute. No wind, no rain, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then from the hallway behind me came the soft, wet squelch of bare feet on linoleum, slow, deliberate, getting closer. I didn't look back. I yanked the front door open and ran. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, my car keys digging into my palm. I drove through the night, stopping only at a 24-hour diner 50 miles away, gulping bad coffee under fluorescent lights, the prepaid phone silent in my pocket. I called Brenda the next morning from a payphone. My voice was steady, cold. "I'm leaving today. Send someone for the keys." I didn't explain. I didn't need to. Her silence was answer enough. I packed my car in record time, throwing clothes and sketchbooks into boxes without care. I avoided the hallway, avoided the kitchen. As I slammed the trunk shut, I saw it, taped to the driver's side window. A single sheet of paper soaked through with rain, the ink blurred but still legible, handwritten. Sarah's handwriting, I'd know it anywhere from the ledgers Mrs. Gable showed me later. It read, "I know why you really moved here. The quiet was too loud, wasn't it? Don't worry, the pond is quiet too. It'll hold your silence. It'll hold you." I tore the paper off, crumpling it in my fist. I got in the car, engine roaring to life. As I drove down the weedy driveway for the last time, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The house was a hunched shadow against the gray sky. In the kitchen window, backlit by the weak morning sun, stood a figure, tall, thin, dripping wet, one hand pressed against the glass. The other held a telephone receiver to its ear. It didn't wave. It just watched me go, the cord dangling uselessly from the empty socket on the wall below it. I never went back. I never filed a forwarding address. Months later, a letter arrived at my new apartment in the city, postmarked Cedar Hollow. No return address. Inside was a single water-stained photograph. It showed the overgrown backyard of the mustard-colored house, the slope down to Blackwater Pond. In the murky water near the bank, barely visible beneath the surface, were 2 pairs of boots standing upright in the mud, laces neatly tied. And resting on the muddy shore beside them, glistening wetly in the sun, was my mother's silver locket, the one I'd buried with her. I threw the photo away. I changed my number. I deleted the prepaid phone. But sometimes, late at night, when the city's noise fades and the silence presses in, the deep, listening silence I once craved, I hear it. Faint at first, then clearer, the dial tone, blast, and beneath it, the soft, wet sound of footsteps walking slowly across a linoleum floor, coming closer, always closer, waiting for me to whisper, waiting to fill the quiet. The line never really goes dead. It just holds its breath and listens.